What's up, everyone? Good morning. Just making sure the titles are good before I get started. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Fucking just Western Truckster. Everybody wants to be a sister's mister. Coca-Cola roller coaster. I make my not poster. It's going to the wrong audio source. Hold on. I fucking hate this. Uh, the only reason I'm doing Windows borderless is because that way I can Alt Tab and um pause videos without making the whole fucking. Whoa, this looks freaky as fuck. Hmm. I guess Windows borderless is not an option when it comes to that super high fucking super high resolution. Shit. All right, good. Chat's working. Thank God. Whoop. Uh oh. There. The damn resolution's too high. Keeps closing me out of fucking. Hmm. Now that we're back to 1920 1080, I can just do Windows borderless. There we go. Mm. the orc character we got going on. Two-handed hammer. Trying to do magicless other than like enchanting and then alchemy, but I don't consider alchemy to be I don't consider alchemy to be what are you screaming at? I don't consider alchemy to be magic. Don't call me sir, bro. How much money do I have? Damn it, I didn't mean to purchase the horse. I think that just blew. Yep, that blew last my money. Fuck me. I didn't mean to buy that fucking horse. I got the whole farm geared up to just make pots of health. It's like everything on the farm is well, everything except the creep cluster. Everything but the creep cluster is gonna be utilized for health pots since we're not gonna be using any potions of restore health. Well, and I got some snowberries that'll improve. Come on, brain. That will improve our enchanting. Hey, what's up, Drew Love? And I did find out what the issue was finally. Mm. So it ended up being a power supply issue. Um, Apparently my recommended Newegg has this wonderful little tool that tells you how much power your system is likely to be drawing. And according to Newegg, my system was likely to be drawing like 750 to 799 watts of power, and then my power converter was only like 400 watts. Like, my thing is, and the thing that I told Jones and Ed is that I've never had an issue with that converter. I've never had a power issue before. And literally the only upgrade I've ever had on this computer since I started streaming was adding a CPU cooler. but it's not like some crazy high-tech, triple layered fucking fan that's sucking in like gale force winds and blowing ice cold uh freezer level shit on my CPU. It's like literally just a fan, a bigger fan. And that was enough to tip the voltage scale to the point where 400 wasn't going to be enough anymore. So now I've got upgraded RAM, I've got completely cleared and clean hard drives, I've got re-thermal pasted CPU, I've got a CPU cooler, I've got all this shit upgraded now. But in reality, it just needed to be my power converter. Eh, maybe. It's either that or I've pushed. It's either that or I never pushed my computer to the point where it needed to draw that much power, but doing streaming and something else in the background finally pushed it over the edge. Because I don't know if you remember, but I streamed I streamed Fallout 4 for like 9 hours. I streamed Fallout, what was I playing? I had Ed with me. I was playing, I think, either Skyrim or I was playing Fallout New Vegas. And I was watching the entire Fallout TV series on stream. So I was doing that, playing games and streaming, and my computer didn't shut down. But then, recently, just boom, started shutting down. So it might be a time thing. That would suck if it is, because that means there's some part in here that's wearing out that I don't know about. I don't know how this bitch is fucking blocking this. Bro, fuck all of you. Stop blocking my shit, bitch. Oh shit! I knocked over a fucking... Can I hotkey a potion? Oh, I can. Oh, y'all are fucked now. So the way that I watched the show was I had the show playing in the background over my speakers, and then I didn't have any audio feeding into stream. And then I just had it all off stream. So basically I was watching it without streaming any of it and just giving my live reactions. I think that was like my last 12, 13-hour stream. Yeah, unfortunately, gone are the days of Hassan Piker watching Hell's Kitchen all the way through on stream. Holy shit! Ugh! Hmm. Did not expect him to have an enchanted weapon. What the fuck? Maybe I need to kick on the roids. I do not have the roids. Shit. Okay. We'll just beat this guy to death then. Quiet. You're gonna let them know I'm here. Quiet. Okay. I'm not trying to. Okay. You come down first. Yeah, that's right. You found me. Good job. Dead. Oh my god. Mm, too heavy. Not worth enough. So what you got going on today, Drew Love? What's the haps and the craps? Damn, abandoning me as soon as I start chatting. That's crazy. Real quick, did you watch any of the memes from the presidential debate? I'm debating on watching it on stream. We're just gonna keep killing bandits until we get to Septimus. I want to get Sindarian Serendipity. Typically that wouldn't be a big plus to a warrior character, but since we've got an entire farm of restore potions going, we might as well just up our outage. God, these people don't even stand a chance. Just a steel hammer. Am I still on expert difficulty? Okay, I am. My cat's looking at me funny. What is it, Pinor? That was a lucky shot. Damn, these weapons are really hurting. There should be a key to the mine in here, right? Did I grab it already? Almost drank out from the old can. Oh yeah. We need to go and get the Lord Stone real quick. I would do the Atronach, but because I'm trying to do strictly no magic, I don't want to do anything that increases my magicka. So even the Atronach giving us 50 points of Magicka I don't want to use. Don't want to use healing magic. Don't want to use any form of magic. If I upgrade, or if any of my skill points, if any of my skill levels in any of these stats go up, I want it to just be from collecting shit. Or collecting books and whatnot. I gotta look something up real quick. I'm getting paranoid. Is the gamer headset dent real? Why are there all these videos on it? Okay. According to the interwebs, the headset head dent is not real, or at least it's not permanent fixture on your skull. So if you use headsets for a long time, you'll get a little itty bitty indent in your skin, but your skull won't actually be fucked. Turn to the left. Oh, 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 hey, yo, hey, 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 hey. I'm just trying to level up my Zubat, alright? I wish they had given Zubat like one useful fucking move up until, or I don't even know what level they learn new moves. Hold on. Moves learned by level up. Zubat. Soul Silver. Jesus, level 13? Level 13, I gotta wait until I get Bite. Jesus Christ. I'm in Azalea Town, in Soul Silver, and I'm trying to level up Zubat before I fight my rival again. Um, but it's a pain in the ass, bro. Alright. Booyah. Alright. Back to our hunt for Septimus. Excuse me. I know that must have sucked on the mic. My apologies. should be some wolves that spawn like right here. Damn, this shit is quiet for y'all. I didn't mean to piss off the fucking workers. I just need some salmon roe. After we get Serendipity, we might go and get Volendrung. Just spam the shit out of the, spam the shit out of the Berserker Rage throughout that whole quest. Ooh, wait a minute, we should actually go do that now. That way we get Yamar's full set of Orcish armor. Oh, that would actually be a good idea. Okay, hold on. Let me just... Okay. Septimus Cygnus' outpost. Go back to Riften. Is it even gonna... Hold on, is that quest even gonna spawn in? It should, right? It should just automatically spawn in. Regardless of level, it should just start. Because the giant's gonna be there, we kill the giant, and then we tell them, you know, we'll help you out. I was gonna Google it, but... I'm like 90... I'm like 92% positive. I'm like 92% positive that's gonna be available. Yeah, giant just spawned straight in. Oh dear. Damn it. Should have kicked on Berserker Rage quicker. Damn it. I want to try and keep as many of those women, or as many of the orcs as I can alive, but I think she's just done for on this save. I think that woman is fucking obliterated. We'll try it again. We'll kick on Berserker Rage before I even get in there. Damn, he got her still. That's a shame.
Forgive Ugor's harsh words. She's... No, please. Our chief... Your Mars refuses help. Your Mars has... I must... But I cannot. I beg of you. Can you bring me troll fat at a Daedra heart? I have no wish to depend on a stranger.
Can I just kind of swipe this right now? No, probably not. Probably would be unwise to steal right in front of the fucking... Steal right in front of, Malakath anyway.
Hold. Before I let you into... For the privilege of entering the city. What does... Keep your voice down. You want everyone to...
Shut up, bitch.
I had another run-in with a thief's guild.
Hey, you. Careful. Get over here.
The thieves guild is maybe...
Ah, fuck you, Maul. Do I have any coin? That should be enough coin to buy Daedra Heart.
My mind is on my experiments today.
Why are you
What did you
at the storefronts? Damn it.
You hear? So, you're interested in my potions and ingredients?
Damn it. What about the troll fat? Can you give me the troll fat?
Now was it
Yes,
two quartz
yes,
giant
right.
liking or three?
What's up, Spaff the Lesser? How's it hanging? We're just gonna have to go get our own troll fat. Where's the closest troll? Usually Autumn Shade, but Autumn Shade didn't have one. So it's gonna be over there by Iverstead. Yeah. Mm. It doth be going very well so far. Trying to get Volendrung at level 10. Hopefully don't get my head caved in by a giant too many times. Oh, I thought I hit the fox by accident. Die. Oh, bastards. Right now we're doing an orc two-handed build, I know, very original, with 0 magic, so no points in magicka, no using health, restoration, alteration, any of that shit. Debating on using enchanting or not. Fucking vampire servants. It's gonna be crazy going from a steel hammer all the way up to a Daedric hammer. Or does it have dwarven stats? I think Volendrung has Daedric stats. Now we're gonna look that up just because I fucking can't remember. Volendrung, Skyrim. Let's see. Base damage 25. Daedric. Skyrim. Base damage 27. So a little under Daedric. So what would that be? That would be Ebony then, right? Yeah. Okay, so it's got Ebony stats. Not bad. Not bad at all. Okay. So then the strat will be get Volendrung, level up smithing to 60. Then before that, get Sendarian Serendipity, level up smithing, and then go and just bonk everything to death. They seem to be doing a pretty good job. No, he had a giant's toe, bro. Thank you. You trying to aggro me? Get out of my face. Mm-mm-mm-mm.
You picked a bad time to.
I think an Orc Warhammer spawns here. Hello.
I'll show you what a real can do. We're routed.
Shut up, bitch. Oh yeah, this is gonna help. The enchantment sucks, but the increase in damage is gonna help with the giants. I don't. Why? What have I done? I don't even remember having offended somebody to do the Black Sacrament. I don't think I committed any assaults, any thieving. Walks picked 1, murder, assaults 4. Oh, assaulted 4 people. Maybe then. Jesus. we should get a guaranteed troll right here. There you are. Come here. I need your fat. Don't make this harder than it has to be. Booyah. Alright. Shouldn't you have... Captain... I guess this is... Oh, wait. Oh, no. There should be one troll den that's got Troll's Bane in it. I can't remember if it's... I don't think it's this one. I'm not seeing it. Alright. Well, we got our fat and we got our heart.
I will stay right here. Excellent. Now, you must come with me. You'll become a part of this. You must be present for the ritual.
Cool.
Stay right here and wait for you to bring me what I need.
We're just gonna play some Pokemon Soul Silver in the background while we wait for a tube to get Yamars outside. Try and get this Zubat to level 13.
It is time.
By the
Boss.
ash pit. We can't go on like this. And now insist I call on Malakath for help when he has clearly forsaken me. You try my patience, Atub.
Doing nothing will not grant our tribe relief from this curse. We must try.
Fine. Let's get this over with.
God, that orc armor is gonna look so good on us. This armor doesn't belong to him, it's just simply his turn to wear it.
Our tribe.
Now we begin the ritual. Great Malakath, we beseech you, aid us in our time of need.
Why are we bothering with this?
You pathetic weakling!
What's that?
Malakath has heard my pleas. He speaks to us.
You dare summon me, Yamars?
What? What is this?
You don't deserve to call yourself an orc. You're weak, you're small, and you're an embarrassment.
Damn, bro, he just said your dick small.
You let giants overrun my shrine. Bring me their leader's club as an offering, and I might release you from this curse.
So it will be. Malakath has spoken, Yamars. Your path is clear.
Very well. You, outsider, come here. I want a word. This is all your fault, you know. I'm stuck fighting. You're going with me. Don't worry. I'll make it worth your while. You're going to clear. So you meet me at Fallowstone Cave, and I'll get this over with. I can have my tribe back, and you can leave us alone.
Okay. We will use Yamars to bait the giant, and once the giant turns to fight Yamars, oh,
Looks like that's it.
get away from me. Once Yamars fights the giant, we'll step in with Berserker's Rage and wipe it out. hard part is going to be getting to the giants without getting to the final giant without dying. We could just keep waiting 24 hours and spam Berserker Rage the whole way through. That might be a little lame, I think.
Try and make this quick.
The hell do you want, lady? Where'd you come from? No idea why this woman wanted to fight me. Alright, we'll get one Berserker Rage.
There's a cave.
If there's a chance, let's just get this over with. I'll lead the way, but you'd better back me up. Let's get this over with.
Yeah, you lead the way, buddy. Where the hell did he go? Oh, there he is. I think he's essential up until we get to the final giant. At least I hope so, because if he dies prior to that, I'm just gonna take his fucking armor. I like how they programmed him to jump. Wow, we're just gonna ignore him? Okay, we can ignore that one. We're not gonna be able to ignore this one, bro. Oh. Oh my god, we can ignore the giants? I've been playing Skyrim for almost 15 years. I never knew you could just ignore the fucking giants.
Never should have come here.
Jesus.
Oh well, must have run off.
We need to stop by my home and make some more potions soon. Okay.
Unless, of course, you'd like to make some. Fine. Then wait here. This should only take a second.
Keep the blade ready.
Is he going straight for me? Okay, now he's going for your Mars.
Yamars was a fool, always trying to scheme his way out of responsibility.
Oh yeah. Fuck yes.
Two problems solved at once. Now, take Shagrel's hammer back to Larnishburg, and we'll see about whipping the rest of them into shape.
Fuck yeah, dude. We got our own armor. Let's go. We got some fucking orcish armor, bro. We will probably wear this armor. Maybe throughout the rest of the game. Orcish armor looks pretty good. I think we'll keep this on. We'll just keep upgrading this armor.
Loggers, the ways of the mystic are known to me. I have remedies and... But, I see. He did not... Ah, that is good to hear then.
Yamars was a coward and a weakling. His deceitful ways have cost you all greatly.
Yeah? Okay. Oh, son of a bitch. Okay. I'm hoping that didn't fuck up the quest.
You'll have to prove yourselves, but I'm willing to give you a chance. Gullerzov's in charge now. Let's hope he's a better chief. You place that hammer on the shrine. You're the only one who's proven worthy in all of this.
You have a grim look. Fine. Let's trade then.
I can't tell if she's calling me ugly.
Lead us to our next task.
I love how fucking good this hammer looks.
I will do my best to lead the tribe, but I don't know why.
God, this is like one of the sexiest two-handed weapons in the fucking game. I love the way Vaughn Drung looks.
Hey!
Don't hate me. Mm. Septimus Cygnus. Now we got Vaughn Drung. So now we're overpowered and it's pretty much game over.
then to the Elder Scroll gives insight deeper than the deep ones, though, to bring about the opening. I have seen enough to know their fabric, the warp of air, the weft of time. But no, it is not in my possession. Here. Well, here as in this plane, Mundus, on the cosmological scale. Oh, a brute. You see this? Lucky then they left in the... Have you heard of Black Reach? Cast upon where Drimmer City under of but not all. Tooth, the route, the edge it. Trust Septimus. He knows you can know.
I think the only thing I don't like about Volendrung is that it doesn't have its Oblivion enchantment. Its Oblivion enchantment was fucking ridiculous. Soul Trap, Paralysis. I think it also had Absorb Stamina, but the one in Skyrim is just super weak. Like the enchantment, I mean. The enchantment comparison is just garbage. Aesthetically, Skyrim Volendrung takes the fucking massive W over the Oblivion one. The Oblivion one is just a goofy kind of like it's classified as a two-handed warhammer, but it literally looks like you could wield it with one hand. Just looks like a big ass Mario hammer. But this one, rigid, spikes are ornamented. The fucking pulsating center looks like a heartbeat. The leather wrapping along the shaft. And this is all sounding very homoerotic, alright, but, you know, get your mind out of the gutter. I just fucking love this hammer. I typically only use Volendrung on orc characters, just because I feel like it's the most fitting. God damn, this hammer's sexy. I use Uthrad on like every single warrior two-handed that I make outside of orcs, just because Uthrad is the sexiest weapon to me. But Volendrung is like right up there, bro. I love this fucking weapon. Hey, what's up, Ed? I put it in the Discord. It's all good. We're doing our magicless two-handed orc build. About the RetroArch being on Steam. Oh, no, hold on. Oh, so I had this situation happen with my wife. What you got to do is when you open up the phone, since it's Android, it's going into the RetroArch ROM folder. You got to keep hitting parent directory until it takes you all the way out into your phone's directory, and then you hit the downloads from there. You basically just gotta spam parent directory until it takes you all the way out of the RetroArch library. Oh, on PC? Oh shit, I don't know, bro. I don't know then. I only know the phone version. PC version, you might have to like extract the ROM into the RetroArch ROM folder, maybe. Yeah, try extracting it into the RetroArch ROM folder and see if that does it. We're here to get metal and soul gems. Is that an amethyst? Nope. Come on out, you little bitch. God, I love this fucking hammer. What the hell? What's it downloading 70 gigabytes for? There should have been another spider. Alright. Damn it, I don't want the strut. Strut weighs too fucking much. Get rid of that. Keep that. Take that. Leave that. Leave that. Take this. Kill these spheres. Is it like adding to the game size, or is the game size the same after the update? Because probably what they're doing is, rather than just like modifying one or two lines of code, they're like, fuck it, the update will download entire code blocks, destroy the old code block, and reinsert this new one. Come here, you little bitch. Die. God, a lot of soul gems, but not a lot of scrap. I need more I need more metal than I need gems. Damn it. We need the metal to upgrade our smithing. Damn it. Man, that was a lot quicker than I was expecting. Damn it. Come here. Come on, metal. Fuck. Come on, man. Just give me my trailer park copper wiring, man. Just give me my copper wiring, man. Especially, bring it back to the kitchen. Nice. Metal. Fuck. Metal. Yes. Damn it. What weapon are you using? It could just be the lighting, or it could be that you've leveled it up enough to where like their senses have gone up. That, or you're using a dagger that's exceptionally loud, but it's probably not that. Oh. Well, that guy just murked himself, but alright. We'll take it. Are you wearing like the Nightweaver's band or like anything to improve your sneaking skill?
What are you doing?
don't know then. That is kind of weird. Oh my days. You little bastards. I'm gonna guess it's just the lighting. Just enchant some more shit with sneaking improvement and it should get better. Damn it. Using his friend's corpse to block shots. Because I know one of the things that irritates me, and I actually made a mod for it just because it irritated me so bad, is that the Nightingale bow, for some reason, is super fucking loud. It's louder than like any other bow in the game. So like if you don't shoot the Nightingale bow like from, you know, a mile away, you'll end up alerting like every enemy nearby that you're there. But you know, that's the only thing about sneak builds that I know that fucks up sneak, but I don't think I've heard of a dagger being loud. I don't think there are any loud daggers. There might be. Are there any daggers? Sneak builds. Skyrim. I hate this new AI feature that fucking that Google puts at the top of the searches now. I hate this shit. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything that says daggers mess with. I'm not seeing anything about a dagger messing with sneak. The Whiterun Shrine is bugged and just leaves you the noise. What do you mean the Whiterun Shrine? What do you mean by that? Damn, I wish I could fucking... Oh, I can't. I don't have any potions. I want to save this all for cooking, but... Hold on. No shrine, Whiterun, making me less sneaky. Why? I'm not seeing anything about the Whiterun Shrine, but one person says that having spells in your hand affects your sneak, but I've never heard that before, and someone else is saying that dude's a fucking liar, so I don't know. Oh shit, that hurt. Ah. This game's racist. It keeps fucking making me equip my pickaxe after I die. Oh damn it, I gotta re-eat all my stuff. Alright, quick save right there. Just about to eat this shit again. Fuck off. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if you're casting, it's gonna make a noise. So you got to get the illusion perk that makes casting silent. If you're not using magic at all, then what do you call it? You shouldn't be having an issue. Damn, we are not getting lucky with these fucking... We are not getting lucky on the metal front.
Of course, you want me to leave. You turn my back. Never should have come.
let's get back to the farm, get some more healing pots, and then we'll go back down into Blackreach.
Hey, watch it.
Yeah, it's very
I've been
nifty.
looking- Looks like that's it. Got to go.
We'll throw the blood, the targe in there. There we go. Ugh.
Aye.
It's been alright, just hot as hell. I have my AC full blast in my car and I'm still cooking. What's today? Saturday? Fuck. It is Saturday. I gotta go to work tomorrow. Hey, get the fuck out of here. Mm. Um. Oh boy. Alright. Trying to think of the safest ones to get the. What do you call it? Trying to think of the safest red or the Crimson Nern route to get. I think we're pretty much screwed no matter what. Or, well, not screwed, but this is going to be difficult no matter what. all the fucking poison. Because I'm not using magic on this character, all the poison in this area is going to be a pain in the ass. Also, Blackreach doesn't really have a whole lot of items that, doesn't have a whole lot of stuff that spawns in that does restore health. Yeah, when I have 30 pieces of Jaren root, we'll talk. I don't like that noise. It sounds like a nice spell. Why? Why? Why couldn't you leave me alone? Another one. Another one. There's some over there, but we'll wait to go get those. It is a pain, and it's only worth it if you're doing like a character that's gonna be using alchemy at all. So like every other character, this shit is pointless. But we're doing it on this character specifically because we're not using healing magic, and we're only using potions. So I need to be able to get at least 2, or get close to getting 2 per potion made. These trolls are gonna be a pain in the ass. We might just kick on roids. Yeah, we'll try to hold off on roids. Yeah, we didn't need to use roids. Nice. Yoink. And the 10th one is down here. Thank God we didn't have to go the Liver King route. Should be right over here. There you are. Yoink. I think there's one up here. Yep, there it is. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Alright, there. It's 11. We're gonna ignore that guy because if we kill animation him, we're gonna get stuck in that hut. Man, I I'm not watching promos. I'm not listening to news about it. I'm not doing shit about the Fallout. I might react to it and give my opinion, just because it might make decent content, but I'm super not hopeful. But we'll see. Okay, I'm just gonna sneak under here. Avoid the Wisp Mother. Oh shit, never mind. They've all activated. Yoink. Oh, the debate? I thought about watching it on stream. I heard, so typically you can tell how good or how bad a debate went based on how each side is treating it. Typically the one that's coping is the one that did the worst in the debate, and right now the Biden campaign, all they're saying is that, you know, Trump may have spoken eloquently, but his lies rolled off his tongue like water, while Biden, I think Misha Collins, the guy that plays Castiel in Supernatural, kind of encapsulated the cope pretty well. So like Biden stumbled over the truth while Trump's lies flowed like water. I think that pretty much sums up where the super hardcore lefties have to take that debate, which is that Biden didn't do a good job at all in that debate, and Trump like beat the shit out of him. From the clips I saw and from the overall reaction of the media, it just seems like Biden didn't do well. But Trump wasn't as, I guess Trump was being Trump and just kind of playing up the things that he did and shitting all over the things that Biden did. I think my favorite clip from that whole debacle is Biden stumbling over an answer in regards to his solutions for immigration and whatnot, the immigration issues here in America. And then Trump responds with, I don't know what he's saying, but I don't think he knows what he's saying either. Anyway, listen. And like, another clip was like, one of the moderators asked Trump if, she said, Putin's stance on Ukraine is that, Ukraine will have to give up all the ground that it's lost, and these new areas will be free of Ukraine and protected by Russia if they want a ceasefire. And she asked Trump, do you think these terms are agreeable? And then Trump clapped back with some silly ass shit. I think he said, oh, what did he say? He said he basically just took the moment to divert away from the question entirely and just shit on Biden. And, I would prefer, my politicians, actually answer questions and actually respond properly, but I'm not gonna lie, that shit was funny as fuck. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Ukraine question Trump v. Biden.
Our veterans and our soldiers can't stand this guy.
Yeah, that's what it was. So she asks him, do you think these Russian, like literally, I don't know if they're gonna, I don't think they showed in this clip, but literally the question before he says what he's about to say is, do you think that Putin's stance, or do you think that Putin's terms for a ceasefire are acceptable? Right? What is this? There we go. It says, do you think Putin's terms for a ceasefire are acceptable? And then this is Trump's response.
Our veterans and our soldiers can't stand this guy. They can't stand him. They think he's the
The fuck is his face?
worst commander-in-chief, if that's what you call him, that we've ever had. They can't stand him. So let's get that straight. And they like me more than just about any of them. And that's based on every single bit of information. As far as Russia and Ukraine, if we had a real president, the president that knew, that was respected by Putin, he would have never invaded Ukraine. A lot of people are dead right now, much more than people know. You know.
Anyway, I guess he did get around to answering the question, but it's just funny that he starts off by shitting on Biden. That's just funny to me. I'm going to die. Oh, fucking poison. Why does the chat look like this? Hold on. Come on, type something, Ed. Okay, that'll do. Who do I think is gonna win? I mean, my gut says Trump, but you know, we've got 5 more months until the actual elections. Like, fucking anything can happen. The problem is like, after Afghanistan, I was like, alright, there's no way that people vote for Biden, you know, in November. And then his approval rating stayed the same after Afghanistan. And then oil prices took a hike up, and I was like, okay, there's no way people will vote for Biden come November. And then his approval rating stayed the same. And then the debacle in Ukraine happened, and I was like, okay, there's no way people, or not the debacle in Ukraine. I think Ukraine was before. I think they happened around the same time. Anyway, the mishandling of Ukraine happened, and then I thought, okay, there's no way. Approval rating stayed the same. Then October 7th happened, and we didn't immediately go in there and wipe out all of Hamas. And I was like, okay, now, nope, approval rating stayed the same. Like, his approval ratings before and after the election, or the approval ratings that got him into office are still what they are today. So, I mean, I don't know if Trump will get in. I hope that Trump wins, but I don't know if he will or not. I think that he's still the same candidate that went up against Joe Biden in 2020, but now he's got all this felony shit, and that might turn off normies, and that might turn off swing voters. But I don't know. I mean, I've seen polls where people are saying, like, if Trump had felonies, that might, like, that will make them vote for him more. But I'm like 100% positive those were all people that would have never voted for Joe Biden in the first place, and those aren't the opinions you really want to care about. You don't really give a shit. If you're looking at politics, you don't care about diehard right wingers or diehard left wingers. You don't really give a shit about their opinions because their opinions are set in stone. It's too late. They're gonna vote for who they vote for. Who you care about are the normies and the people in the middle. You want to know where they're at, and from what I can see is that they're at where they were at 4 years ago. So I don't know. I think the only thing that was interesting to me about this debate was that he performed so poorly that everyone on the fucking left is seriously talking about putting in another president. Like they're all seriously considering putting in another candidate, but I don't know if they're taking it seriously. I know that the news anchors are talking about it, like the news media, like the media is talking about it, but to me it's a stupid conversation to have because it's too late. Like we're 5 months away from the election. There's no way they sell a new candidate in 5 months. Like Trump would eviscerate anyone that they put in front of him if they're brand spanking new with no record. Trump would just say like, who the hell even is this guy? The Democrats are so weak, they put up a nobody. How many followers do you have on Twitter? I have 70 bajillion followers on Twitter. This person is a loser. Okay. Joe Biden sucked so much the Democrats put up a nobody. Okay, folks? That's how weak the Democrats are. I think it's just... I think it's not a question worth taking seriously. They're not going to put up a new candidate. They can't. Everyone fucking hates Kamala Harris. Like, her approval scores are even lower than fucking Joe Biden. So if they put up Kamala Harris, they lose. Nobody fucking likes her. If they put up somebody that nobody knows, then people might be disinterested in going out, and you want them to be comfortable enough with Joe and hate Trump enough to go out. If you're a Democrat, what you want is you want people to be comfortable enough with Joe and hateful enough towards Trump in order to vote for Biden. That's what you want. But if people aren't secure with Joe Biden, they might just not vote. They might not be energized to vote. The hate for Trump might not be strong enough. Plus, there's a whole bunch of other shit that can go down. I mean, like, on the 11th of next month, Trump gets sentenced, so if he catches jail time, I mean, we might not even know. He might not even be eligible to run, and then that's going to be a huge deal. That's going to be a huge upset. So, I've got no fucking idea who's going to win right now. I mean, there's supposed to be another debate in September, but that debate might not even happen if Trump isn't the candidate, and Trump might not be the candidate because he's got to go to jail. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of shit going on that makes this election kind of weird. This isn't clean like it was with like Obama versus McCain, or Clinton versus whoever, or Nixon versus whoever. This is a very weird time to be in. Essentially, the long and short of it, from what I remember, is Trump. Oh fuck. Basically, he had a company overvalue his properties to increase the amount of money that he could borrow against, and some other shit, some campaign finance violations or something. basically it's all criminal financial gobbledygook. Um, he's been convicted on those already. He just needs to be sentenced. And if he catches jail time in the sentencing, then he might not be able to run. It's very, very strange time to be an American voter. I mean, the interesting thing is that the polls show that even if Trump got convicted and sent to jail, or well, he got convicted, it's over. But if Trump got sent to jail, there's a bunch of people that there's a bunch of people that just say they would vote for Trump anyway, which is hilarious to me. I mean, I would vote for him just because I really don't fucking like Joe Biden. I fucking hate lefties, but if the Republicans put up another candidate, then maybe I'd vote for them. But we'll see. We will see. What the hell is happening with the chat? No problem. Bro, my dog keeps slamming his. Oh my. Hold on one second. You're like, fuck it. Should we just watch the whole debate?
We could always use help picking crops if you need a few extra coins.
Also, I just realized that my fucking mic was up. That's why I was fucking quiet for so long.
You got. I'll search through Sindarian's. Thank you. You've done. I'd like to give you this tome. It's one of Sindarian's greatest works. I believe you've more than.
Alright. Let me see if the Wall Street Journal is cool with, is the Wall Street Journal okay with people reacting to their stream? Hmm. I mean, I don't know. Oh, copyright free presidential debate.
They talk about numbers. You can double the.
We can talk about numbers.
Good evening, I'm Dana Bash.
Alright. Fuck it. Watching the presidential debate and playing. Let's see if this gets us a ban. I mean, I hope it doesn't. But we'll sure as shit see. Fucking Nernroot sound effect going on in the background. Winnie, 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 Winnie. Alright. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Updated all my streamer settings, video games and video.
Anchor of CNN's Inside Politics and co-anchor of State of the Union.
I'm Jake Tapper, anchor of CNN's The Lead and co-anchor of State of the Union.
I fucking hate Jake Tapper. I hate this fucking guy. He's so annoying. If I remember, his sons are based, or his children are based, but he's a fucking annoying. Oh.
Dana and I will co-moderate this evening. Our job is to facilitate a debate between the two candidates tonight. Before we introduce them...
Get out of here. I don't care about all this. Alright, let's see the walk-ons. Let's see how they walk on, right?
United States, Joe Biden.
Okay, weak. Looking around. Looking a little scared. Folks, how are you? There's only 2 people here because you banned a live debate. Or you banned a live audience, you fucking loser.
And please welcome the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Chad walking out, swaying, you know, dick too massive.
Gentlemen, thanks so much for being here. Let's begin the debate, and let's start with the issue that voters consistently say is their top concern, the economy. President Biden, inflation has slowed, but prices remain high. Since you took office, the price of essentials has increased. For example, a basket of groceries that cost $100 then now costs more than $120. And typical home prices have jumped more than 30%. What do you say to voters who feel they are worse off under your presidency than they were under President Trump?
We got to take a look at what I was left when I became president and what Mr. Trump left me. We had an economy that was in free fall. The pandemic was so badly handled. Many people were dying. All he said was, it's not that serious. Just inject a little bleach into your arm. You'll be all right. The economy collapsed. There were no jobs. Unemployment rate rose to 15%. It was terrible. And so what we had to do is try to put things back together again. And that's exactly what we began to do. We created 15,000.
Fucking. So in the first like 30 seconds, we've got the inject bleach into your arm lie. We got blaming Trump for the economy failing, even though COVID-19. I mean, Trump is to blame for the COVID-19 lockdowns, but places like Florida and Texas opening up sooner than everyone else helped their economy boom, and Trump allowing for that to happen. Trump basically leaving it up to the states as to when they could, undo their lockdowns or make their lockdowns stricter is the only reason that those states were able to come back as quickly as they did. I thought the lockdowns were, fucking ridiculous. I think that Fauci was a absolute dipshit moron for shutting down the economy like that, especially with a disease that was only taking out the individuals that were, fat or unhealthy or old. Like if you had any comorbidities or you were overweight or you were old, you most definitely should have been allowed to stay home, quarantine, keep yourself safe, maybe get temporary government assistance, but like the young and the healthy should have been allowed to go out and work. I was listed as a essential worker, so I was allowed to go out and work. But I think that all young people should have been told, if you don't have any comorbidities, you need to go out there, you need to go work. I think that was a shitty handling of the COVID pandemic. However, saying that the economy was in shambles when Trump, left office is kind of misleading, because you're forgetting that COVID is the reason that like the whole world suffered. It wasn't just some direct policy decision. It was like literally a fucking black swan event that shot all over the economy. And then can't remember what it was, but there was some. Nah, I can't remember it, so I won't say it. I feel like there was some study that showed that like the economy was recovering at a specific rate, and then because of Joe Biden's policies, it slowed down. But I can't remember that, so don't take that as you just fucked up my weight. Fuck you. So don't take that as gospel.
New jobs. We brought out the position where we have 800,000 new manufacturing jobs, but there's more to be done. There's more to be done. Working class people are still in trouble. I come from Scranton, Pennsylvania. I come of household.
Working class people are still in trouble, dog. You've been in the presidency for 3 years. You don't want to talk about people that are still in trouble. Why would you say that? I mean, that's just an excuse to say this is why you should vote for me, so I can keep helping these people. But why are these people still struggling if you've been president for 3 fucking years?
Where the kitchen table, if the things weren't able to be met during the month, it was a problem. Price of eggs, the price of gas, the price of housing, the price of a whole range of things. That's why I'm working so hard to make sure I deal with those problems. And we're going to make sure that we reduce the price of housing. We're going to make sure we build 2 million new units. We're going to make sure we cap rents so corporate greed can't take over. The combination.
Nice. Your plan is to cap rent? Yeah, that hasn't turned out poorly. Yeah, rent rate locks, that hasn't turned out poorly anywhere. Cough, cough, see New York, cough, cough, see California. Fucking capping rent or setting rent rates is what causes housing to become more and more like expensive and much more rare. It also makes it to where it's a lot harder for people to get into housing because they have to go through so much. Oh, there you go, have that. What do you call it? So it makes it so much harder for people to get into housing because there's so many more guards that have to be put in place. Like, who would want to invest in the real estate market if they can only make X amount of money? That's stupid. Well, whatever, Joe.
What I was left with in corporate greed is the reason why we're in this problem right now. In addition to that, we're in a situation where if you take a look at all that was done in his administration, he didn't do much at all. By the time he left, things were in chaos. literally chaos.
I mean, that's kind of what I hear this talking point thrown around by people like Destiny, where like nothing was done, but that's kind of the point. I kind of don't want the government to do anything, and if the government does do anything, I want it to roll back whatever it did prior in a conservative president. I don't want massive government action every single time a president gets in, but with Democrats, they're always like hiking up the spending and blah blah blah. I don't want massive bills that like rack up the fucking debt and, you know, make the deficit wider. I don't want tax hikes that stunt the American economy growing. I want a president to just come in, roll things back, let America run the way America has, or let America run the way it runs. So I don't like this idea that when every time if a president doesn't do anything, that means the president did a bad thing. I don't want the president doing a whole lot. Like one of the reasons that I am not a super Trumple is because one of the government actions he did when he got into office was the fucking bump stock ban. Like fucking first Republican president since Obama, and one of the first things he does about guns is like ban another accessory, which recently just got ruled as unconstitutional, which is hilarious because, you know, you can't be banning fucking accessories to weaponry. It's stupid. But it's the idea that a president has to do massive sweeping changes every time he comes in is just stupid. I don't want that. I don't want the American landscape uprooted and tilled every fucking time we get a new president.
And so we put things back together. We created, I said, those jobs. We make sure we had a situation where we brought down the price of prescription drugs, which is a major issue for many people.
Drug prices were capped under Trump. Wasn't a good idea then. He lifted those Joe Biden lifted those caps and then put those caps back into place. Those caps shouldn't have been there in the first place. Drug companies should be allowed to sell their product for however much they think it's worth. The main issue for like drug caps is that they don't want the consumer, they don't want you and I to pay exorbitant like rates if we don't have insurance. But insurance being able to charge shitloads of money for a drug that's only worth a certain amount of money is the actual problem. I shouldn't have to have insurance to pay $5 on insulin. Insulin should just be, you know, an affordable price, but the only reason that they get to jack the price up is because the FDA regulations are so strict, and, you know, that can be debated whether or not that's a good thing. So these drug companies have to put a shitload of money into R&D and research to make sure these drugs are safe, which increases the price. And then two, it's because insurance companies pretty much are the ones that are the main consumer of these drugs, and because insurance companies are mandated by the government to be required by most people purchasing insulin or any drug in particular, drug companies just get to charge the insurance companies whatever the insurance company can afford, but what the insurance company can afford is a lot different than what the regular consumer can afford. But yeah, I don't like drug caps. I don't like rent caps. I don't like caps of any degree. I think that the price of a thing should be the price of a thing.
$15 for a insulin shot as opposed to $400. No senior has to pay more than $200 for any drug, all the drugs they conclude beginning next year. And the situation is and we're going to make that available to everybody, to all Americans. So we're working to bring down the price around the kitchen table, and that's what we're going to get done.
Thank you, President.
Yeah, his plan he just basically is stating that his plan to bring down the price of everything is to keep putting caps on everything, which is gonna like have a knock-on effect that fucks a whole lot of other things. yeah, just caps on any price are unwise.
President Trump?
We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. We have never done so well. Everybody was amazed by it. Other countries were copying us. We got hit with COVID. And when we did, we spent the money necessary so we wouldn't end up in a Great Depression, the likes of which we had in 1929. By the time we finished, so we did a great job. We got a lot of credit for the economy, a lot of credit for the military, and no war.
I just love the way Trump bullshits. I don't know what it is. It's just the way that he says stuff is so fucking funny to me. We were the greatest ever. Everyone else was copying us, and the whole world, it's kind of cucked. The whole world, not super based. Kind of soyjacking and copying America. Kind of lame. Just the way he sells everything he does is hilarious. Like if, I don't know, if Trump took a crap and threw it at the wall, he would say, "That right there could be hung in a museum. You see how the corn catches the light? Very, very beautiful." I don't know what it is, bro. The dude is like a fucking natural salesman. Shit is so funny to me.
Wars and so many other things. Everything was rocking good. But the thing we never got the credit for, and we should have, is getting us out of that COVID mess. He created mandates that was a disaster for our country. But other than that, we had given them back a country where the stock market actually was higher than pre-COVID, and nobody thought that was even possible. The only jobs he created are for illegal immigrants and bounce back jobs. Bounce back from COVID. He has not done a good job.
To be clear, I don't think that's true. I'd like to see a source on that. I don't think that's true, but it's a funny line. The only jobs he made were for illegals. President Trump, what evidence do you have to support that? Well, don't really, but like fucking. God, I miss this guy. This guy was so fucking funny when he was president.
He's done a poor job, and inflation's killing our country. It is absolutely killing us.
Thank you. President Biden?
Well, look, the greatest economy in the world. He's the only one who thinks that, I think. I don't know anybody else who thinks he's the greatest economy in the world. And, the fact of the matter is that we found ourselves in a situation where his economy, he rewarded the wealthy. He had the largest tax cut in American history, $2 trillion. He raised a deficit larger than any president has in any one term.
So there's two ways to increase the deficit. Yeah, there's two ways to increase the deficit. You either cut the, I mean, to be fair, they're both old as shit. I just like that Trump is more orange than Biden. You either increase the spending, but you decrease the income, or that's one way to increase the deficit. Or you cut spending, but you don't you cut spending, but you leave, or what do you call it? I guess that's the only way to increase the deficit, right? Wait, hold on, let me think. Yeah, increase. I mean, that or you just leave things the way they are. The deficit under Trump increased because they didn't cut spending along with cutting taxes. What they should have done was find sectors of the of either defense spending or public spending that they could have cut in order to follow along the tax cuts. That's what they should have done. But to be fair, even with the tax increases that Biden rolled out along with his spending, I think the deficit's larger than it's ever been. Before I say that, deficit, let me take a look at this. Deficit, American deficit year by year. Do you have a chart? I just want to see a chart. I just want to see a chart. Let me see the chart. Jesus. Before I say what I'm about to say, when did Biden get into office? 2021. So this was probably COVID. And boom, 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 boom. Trump gets in at 2016. Deficit goes up, up, up. Deficit explodes under COVID. Drops a little bit, increases. I mean, Biden says it. What did Biden say? Did he say it was the worst deficit?
He's $2 trillion. He rewarded the wealthy. He had the largest tax cut in American history, $2 trillion. He raised a deficit larger than any president has in any one term.
I mean, what Biden said is technically true, but, you know, why is that? Why did Trump raise the deficit? And it's because of COVID spending. I think that what Biden would like to make it out to be is that Trump just did it, you know, because he's a, you know, fucking incompetent moron. I think that's what he wants to make it out to be, but it's because fucking COVID happened. But technically, his statement is true.
He's the only president other than Herbert Hoover who's lost more jobs than he had when he began, since Herbert Hoover.
Okay, well, Herbert Hoover oversaw the country during the Great Depression. Again, technically true, but there's kind of more context required. But, okay.
The idea that he did something that was significant, and the military, you know, when he was president, they were still killing people in Afghanistan. He didn't do anything about that. When he was president, we were still finding ourselves in a position where you had a notion that we were this safe country. The truth is, I'm the only president this century that doesn't have any, this decade, that doesn't have any troops dying anywhere in the world like he did.
President Trump.
I remember, okay, this is the clip that I saw. This is one of the clips that I saw. He says that he has never had any soldier die under his presidency. Okay. If I were to be as fair as is humanly possible, I'm gonna guess that what he meant was that he didn't have any soldiers die in active combat. That's what I'm gonna guess he meant when he said that. Okay. But if we are aiming to be as truthful as possible, 13 soldiers did die under Biden during the Afghanistan pullout when there were those bombings at a U.S. airport, or at an airport in Afghanistan. So soldiers have died under Biden. How many have died under Biden versus Trump, I don't know. But that statement is technically false. Technically false. Oh. Come on.
I want to follow up if I can. You
Am I
want
allowed to respond to him?
Well, I'm going to ask you a follow-up. You can do whatever you want with the minute that we give you. I want to follow up. You want to impose a 10% tariff on all goods coming into the U.S. How will you ensure that that doesn't drive prices even higher?
It's not going to drive them higher. It's just going to cost countries that have been ripping us off for years, like China and others, in all fairness to China. It's going to just force them to pay us a lot of money, reduce our deficit, to drive them higher. It's just going to cost.
How will you ensure that that impose a 10% tariff on all goods coming into the U.S.? I want to follow up. You want to impose a 10% tariff on all goods coming into the U.S.
Tariffs are awful. They are awful for any economy. Hey, what's up, Jones? Tariffs are awful for any fucking economy. They only benefit economies of like extremely small countries with lots of resources at home that they can sell, so they can take the hit for not having. Why is the compass here? Wait, this is the intro. Why is the compass up top? Is it supposed to be there? I don't think so. Did I get knocked out of the cinema camera on accident? I wanted to make a werewolf character. Anyway, yeah, that's how it should look. I don't know why it changed. That was weird. What the fuck was I saying? Okay, so tariffs are bad no matter what. They're always bad. Always, 100%. For any economy bigger than like a small country. It halts economic progression. It doesn't help the consumer, which at the end of the day is like the most important person in the economy is the consumer. The dishonest part, I think, in this question is that Trump wants to do the tariffs along with cutting income tax. He wants to like get rid of the income tax in America. You could argue that the cut in income tax will make up for the increase in prices brought about by the tariffs. I can't support tariffs, but I would support the cutting of the income tax. But again, the problem is that if you're going to suggest that we cut some form of government income, there has to be a cut in government spending to tie along with it. So I'd wonder what. I would hope that Trump has some idea as to what it is we'd be cutting along with the income tax cut. I'm hoping that there's something that he would suggest. But I don't know. But we'll see what he says.
How will you ensure that that doesn't drive prices even higher?
It's not going to drive them higher. It's just going to cause countries
that
have
will.
been ripping us off for years, like China and
China.
others, in all fairness to China. It's going to just force them to pay us a lot of money, reduce our deficit tremendously, and give us a lot of power for other things. But he made a statement. The only thing he was right about is I gave you the largest tax cut in history. I also gave you the largest regulation cut in history. That's why we had all the jobs. And the jobs went down, and then they bounced back, and he's taking credit for bounce back jobs. You can't do that. He also said
can't do that.
He inherited 9% inflation. No, he inherited almost no inflation, and it stayed that way for 14 months. And then it blew up under his leadership because they spent money like a bunch of people that didn't know what they were doing, and they don't know what they were doing.
Well, the problem is that it will eventually it'll hurt mom and pop places. The thing about tariffs is that there are these huge knock-on effects that nobody can fully grasp until it's too late. Like let me one example I think that Milton Friedman uses is like, what if we put a tariff on aluminum outside of the US, right? What's the harm in taxing aluminum that's incoming into the US? Well, what you could conceptually see is that car prices increase, pencil prices increase, and because of the increases in pencil prices, maybe the cost of office services increase, so random IT shit increases because now they have to deal with the increased cost of pencils and whatnot. Maybe teachers need increased revenue, or schools need increased revenue to purchase pencils for pencils for students and whatnot. Like, one minor tweak in the economy can have such powerful effects, and something like a minor tweak can cause that. A tariff on all imports, a 10% tariff on all imports, that will 1 trillion% affect the mom and pop buyers. It serves the same effect as inflation, but inflation is like just the devaluing of the currency and the increases in prices and whatnot. But the increases in prices that may harm or that may be a cause of inflation, the increase in prices is what would follow a tariff. The only reason you'd want to do a tariff is if you are wanting to ensure that money remains circulating in your own economy, but that doesn't make the cheapest prices for the consumer. And you and I aren't multi-billion-dollar trade corporations. You and I aren't countries. We don't benefit from tariffs. It would hurt the ever-loving shit out of you and I. Like I said, the argument that Trump would have to make is that the cut in the income tax would negate the increase in prices from tariffs. That's the argument that Trump would have to give, but I don't know if I'm going to be frank with you. I don't know if I love the guy. He's a funny guy. He's a funny guy. I don't know if he's smart enough to make that argument.
Probably the worst administration in history. There's never been. And as far as Afghanistan is concerned, I was getting out of Afghanistan, but we were getting out with dignity, with strength, with power. He got out. It was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country's life.
President Trump, over the last 8 years, under both of your administrations, the national debts...
He could have kept going, bro. I could see it in his face. He could have kept going for like another 30 minutes. Every chance Trump gets to shit on Biden, he like expounds upon it.
Soared to record highs. And according to a new nonpartisan analysis, President Trump, your administration...
Bro, Joe Biden, are you good? What the hell? What the fuck is Joe doing? Bro, close your mouth. You look like Ice-T in Law and Order SVU. Are you alright? Bro, close your mouth. What the fuck? I didn't even hear the question because his fucking mouth agape is confusing the shit out of me. He looks like he's in the middle of a stroke. Trump looks perplexed but pissed off. Biden is just like, huh?
According to a new nonpartisan analysis, President Trump, your administration approved $8.4 trillion in new debt, while so far, President Biden, you've approved $4.3 trillion in new debt. So, former President Trump, many of the tax cuts that you signed into law are set to expire next year. You want to extend them and go even further, you say. With the U.S. facing trillion-dollar deficits and record debt, why should top earners and corporations pay even less in taxes than they do now?
Because the tax cuts spurred the greatest economy that we've ever seen just prior to COVID and even after COVID.
Again, the question isn't economic growth. The question is squirrel. The question isn't economic growth. The question is like how the question is essentially like how are you going to deal with debt if there's no income? It's a very good question. And it's something that Republicans for some reason struggle a lot with. The answer very clearly and very honestly is a cut in spending. It's just they can't seem to grasp where they want to cut the spending. They don't want to piss people off and cut food stamps. They don't want to piss people off and, you know, redo or not redo, but take another look at Medicare and Medicaid. They don't want to piss people off and you know, fuck around with Social Security. They don't want to cut defense spending, which I agree with. I wouldn't cut defense spending either. But that's the hard part, is that there has to, if you want to cut taxes, which is a good idea and helps grow the economy, there has to be a cut in spending. There has to be. Because every time the deficit increases under Republicans, that's the reason. It's because we cut our income, we cut the taxes, but we didn't cut the spending. That's why the debt keeps going fucking higher and higher, even under Republicans. I don't know. I think it's a hard question for Republicans to answer, and I wish they would answer it honestly and figure out what the fuck it is that we should cut, because we can't keep spending going like this, and you certainly can't keep taxes like this and expect the economy to, you know, be booming like it was. They have to cut. There has to be a cut in something. But the problem is, like, every time they recommend some kind of government spending cut, they get faced with like overwhelming backlash. But they it sucks, but they kind of have to take it on the chin and keep rolling if they want to do these tax cuts. You can't have a tax cut without a spending cut. It's just it's unwise. It's like you're making 50K a year and you're spending like you're making 50K a year. And then, you know, sucks, but you lose your job and you get bumped down to 30K a year. If you keep spending as if you're earning 50K a year, you're going to be 20K in debt. That's pretty much what happens every time Republicans come into office. You have to cut the fucking spending, and you have to take the bad publicity and the politics loss over the spending cuts. You just have to.
It was so strong that we were able to get through COVID much better than just about any other country. But we spurred, that tax spurred. Now, when we cut the taxes, as an example, the corporate tax was cut down to 21% from 39%, plus beyond that. We took in more revenue with much less tax, and companies were bringing back trillions of dollars back into our country. The country was going like never before, and we were...
That's true, but with lower taxes, you're not seeing as much, the government isn't seeing as much of that boom as is needed to mitigate the loss in taxes. So it is true that if you have a company making, I don't know, let's say, for the sake of easy math, let's say a company is making, you know, oh, come on, brain. Let's say a company is making $10 and there's a 10% tax on, there's a 10% tax on, oh my god, I have to write this down because my fucking brain is like farting right now. I'm not on enough caffeine or fucking Vyvanse. Hold on. Okay. Let me write this down so it's easier. Okay. Company earns $10. This is not the current corporate tax rate, but we're just going to say it is. Tax rate equals 10%. Current government taxed income equals $1. Right? So if the company earns $20, company earns $20, company grows, company earns $20, corporate tax rate stays the same. That means current government tax income gets increased to $2. Right? That's if we keep the tax rate the same and the company grows. Now let's say the company earns $20, right? But we cut corporate tax rate to 5%. Government income comes down to $1. That math should math, right? Make sure that maths. 0.05 times 20. Let me make sure this. Yeah, okay, that maths. Okay. So as you can see right here, the company, you know, grew, but we cut the corporate tax rate 5%. What Trump is saying is that the companies earned, you know, $50 under his presidency. He's saying there was a massive boom, and the government income you know, at that point in time, $50 at 0.05, that is, it's, you know, government income was $2.5. You know, that's way bigger than what it was when the corporate tax rate was at 10%, right? Because of that tax cut, they were able to grow. Because of that tax cut, the company was able to grow, and the government saw more income than it did with the higher tax rate. This is true, and this can happen. However, that math doesn't math completely, because the amount of money we were bringing in, even with the booming economy, wasn't high enough to meet the spending of that year, which meant that even though the government was seeing a higher income with smaller taxes, if the government had the same taxes before Trump and there was a little growth in the company, maybe the income from those taxes would have been higher than it was after the cuts. That's the issue. And if we cut the spending, this wouldn't be an issue. It wouldn't matter. But because we didn't cut the spending while we were cutting the taxes, even though we were seeing larger incomes, it didn't matter. Or just because we were seeing a larger increase in like percentage-wise for taxes and whatnot from these companies, it didn't matter. Ultimately, it does not matter because we didn't have enough income to meet our spending needs. Ideally, you want the deficit to be like $0. You want to spend less money than you want to spend less or at than what you're making. But the deficit increases under Republicans because we cut taxes. And then we don't cut spending.
We're ready to start paying down debt. We're ready to start using the liquid gold right under our feet, the oil and gas right under our feet. We were going to have something that nobody else has had. We got hit with COVID. We did a lot to fix it. I gave him an unbelievable situation with all of the therapeutics and all of the things that we came up with. We gave him something great. Remember, more people died under his administration, even though we had largely fixed it. More people died under his administration than our administration, and we were right in the middle of it, something which a lot of people...
Is that true? There's no fucking shot that's true. That can't be true. He was in office only 1 year. There's no way. How many people died of COVID under Joe Biden versus Trump? No shot that's true. There's no way. Oh, this is Reuters. I don't know about Reuters. I don't want to do a spoiler alert. Or spoiler alert. I don't want to spoil the I don't spoil the debate, but I gotta see if it's true or not. COVID. Fuck off, AP. I'm not paying you. Trump told. Oh, come on, bro. I don't give a shit about any of these claims. I wanted the Trump. Bro, I don't care about any of this. I just want to know how many people comparing U.S. COVID deaths by county. I don't care about county. Bro, fuck off. I don't want to pay. I don't want to give you my email address either. That can't be true. I guess let's read the Reuters one. United States on Wednesday reached more than 1 million COVID deaths, according to Reuters. The loss represents one death for every 327, more and more than San Francisco. 1 million COVID deaths.
Under Trump and Biden, COVID deaths peaked in the United States soon after the inauguration of Joe Biden. Why is this going back to March 2000? Am I stupid? Did we have COVID in March 2000? That doesn't seem right. I think that might be a typo error. It should be 2020, shouldn't it? Has to be. Because it goes 2021, 2022. This has to be 2020. Imagine getting paid 6 figures to work for fucking Reuters and you can't even get a proper graph going. Jesus H. Mary and Joseph. Alright. I mean, this is a very scary looking graph, but do we have actual numbers? Politically motivated vaccine. Biden's warned being responsible 1 million deaths contracted with commemoration of Biden deaths last year, roughly. Politically, Biden outlines pandemic running against Trump promise that nobody faced the next response. Dominated Supreme Court ready to move on the administration. Okay, this is not giving me flat out numbers. I need numbers, bro. Okay, most of those deaths, some 600,000, happened after Biden took office in January 2021. The peak of a major wave of disease. I can't remember this. Was it the case that Omicron was more deadly than the initial wave? I feel like that's not true. I'm trying to listen, I'm going to be completely frank. I'm trying to be as intellectually honest as I possibly can be, and I'm trying to be fair to Biden, and I'm trying to think of reasons as to why it would make sense that there were so many deaths under him as opposed to Trump. I mean, maybe it was just because, like, we weren't funding hospitals so heavily, maybe? Maybe because it was finally getting to the old people, and that's why they were all dying? I don't know. It's interesting that that's true, that more people died under Biden than Trump, but I don't know if I would chalk that up to mismanagement by Biden. I would have to hear the argument as to why it is Biden is responsible for those deaths, I guess. It was towards the end of Trump's term, but I remember there being insane. It might just be because there was so much funding and so much focus on COVID when Trump was like leaving office compared to when Joe Biden stepped in and we were kind of not really focused on it anymore and we were just kind of okay with it, killing old and old people and people with comorbidities and stuff. We just didn't give a fuck about it anymore. I don't know. I would have to hear the argument as to why it's directly Joe Biden's fault. Although it's an interesting stat. I don't think it's a stat that shows Joe Biden fucked up or failed. But that's just me.
Don't like to talk about, but he had far more people dying in his administration. He did the mandate, which is a disaster, mandating it. The vaccine went out. He did a mandate on the vaccine, which is the thing that people most objected to about the vaccine. And he did a very poor job, just a very poor job. And I will tell you, not only poor.
Yeah, mandating the vaccine was pretty fucking bad. Um, I didn't get it, and I'll tell you why. I am super fucking paranoid of new technology, new anything, and I wanted to wait until I saw I wanted to wait until we had some long-term studies because I don't really trust the FDA, seeing as how the FDA came out and like is suing all these companies that made opioids, even though the FDA was the one that agreed with these companies that the fucking opioids were safe. Like to me, it just seems like the FDA is trying to cover its ass for approving these drugs that people got like super addicted to. So I don't trust the FDA. I just wanted to see, like, I didn't care that it was Trump's vaccine. I didn't give a shit about any of that. Operation Warp Speed, like the whole idea of it made me uneasy. The idea that we were gonna like push as hard as we fucking can to get this vaccine out and then not know um the full ramifications of it, I wasn't interested at all. Um but then, you know, I was skeptical of it, right? And I wanted to wait. And then Joe Biden made it to where certain sectors of the government had to take the vaccine, and certain like businesses and certain sectors of the economy had to take the vaccine. And at that point, I was like, okay, fuck this. Fuck you. If my job tries to make me take it, I'm going to quit. I'm going to be fucking homeless before I take this shit. Only because I was told I had to take it. That was the only reason why. I didn't get mine, like I said, just because I'm skeptical. Um, I'm paranoid. I want to see what happens before I take it, if I ever do take it. But that's just me. If other people take it, I don't care. I don't mind. You know, it's your own body. It's your own, it's your own decision. But the moment I'm told I have to is when I don't want to do it. Like there's certain stuff that I'm okay with, like measles and mumps vaccines that have to be taken, or meningitis vaccines that you have to take before you can go to school and whatnot, only because the meningitis vaccine has been around quite a bit longer than the fucking mRNA vaccine. Um, but man, the moment this doddering old fuck was like, if you don't take it, I'm gonna take away your job. I'm like, fuck you then. Make me poor, bitch. Make me broke. I don't give a fuck.
We're there, but throughout the entire world, we're no longer respected as a country. They don't respect our leadership. They don't respect the United States anymore. We're like a third world nation between the weaponization of his election, trying to go after his political opponent.
Okay, like I said, I love the guy. I love Trump. We're not a fucking third world nation. There is no country on the face of the planet that that would openly defy or disrespect the U.S. in any meaningful way. Not a fan of Joe Biden, but there isn't a country on the face of the planet right now that would openly disrespect us. That's crazy. Like they may say some things on TV, they might say some things in the news, but there's nobody that's gonna be mobilizing forces against us. Like shit, the Houthis tried to bomb or tried to destroy and capture ships in Yemen, and what happened? Like they got annihilated. They got fucking obliterated by drones. Like like the first sign of open opposition got obliterated. I don't like the guy. But the idea that the US is like this joke and that we're getting kicked around is kind of retarded. It's kind of stupid. That's just not true.
all of the things he's done, we've become like a third world nation, and it's a shame. The damage he's done to our
Jesus
country.
Christ.
And I'd love to ask him and will why he allowed millions of people to come in here from prisons, jails, and mental institutions to come into our country and destroy our country.
President Trump, we will get to immigration later in this block. President Biden, I want to give you an opportunity to respond to this question about the national debt.
He had the largest national debt of any president in a 4-year period, number one. Number two,
I mean, yeah, but
that
COVID.
$2 trillion tax cut benefited the very wealthy. What I'm going to do is fix the tax system. For example, we have 1,000 trillionaires in America. I mean, billionaires in America.
There you go.
And what's happening? They're in a situation where they, in fact, pay 8.2% in taxes. If they just paid 24%, 25%, either one of those numbers, they'd raise
Why does he talk about that like it's so trivial? Oh yeah, let me go ahead and tax the trillionaires, the people with the ability to move their money the easiest and the quickest out of any fucking demographic in America. Let me go ahead. Like, if you increase my taxes, I'm kind of fucked. I can't really go anywhere. I'm kind of stuck. I can't just pick up all my crap and go to New Zealand. I'm kind of screwed. Yeah, let me go ahead and increase the billionaires tax rate from 8.4 to fucking 24%. Oh yeah, okay dude, that won't have any negative effects. Jesus Christ. What the fucking hell? Oh my god. Oh my god, why that number? I need to talk to whoever was giving Joe Biden the talking points. Who told this man that was a good number to pick? Why is it telling me the steel sword does more damage when it in fact does not? Steel battle axe does 33, steel greatsword does 31. Why is it telling me this? Weird. Boom, boom. This is gonna be a werewolf character. I got kind of bored with my orc, so now we're gonna do a werewolf, just because, you know, werewolves are nifty in this fucking game.
$500 million, billion dollars, I should say, in a 10-year period. We'd be able to wipe out his debt. We'd be able to help make sure that all those things we need to do, child care, elder care, making sure that we continue to support.
Yeah, but you're talking as if they're not gonna leave, dude. Like, there's no fucking way a billionaire is gonna be cool with you taking a quarter of their wealth on top of every other tax they're paying. Like, what the fuck are you smoking? What are you talking about, dude? You can have a company running in America without paying American taxes. You can just dip. That's just a really stupid. I mean, this would definitely increase the U.S. income for like the 1 year that they stay, and then every last fucking one of them dips. Jesus, 1 billion, 24% tax. Holy shit. Bro, ain't no way.
Strengthen our healthcare system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the COVID. Dealing with everything we have to do with look. If we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
Well, he's right. He did
What the fuck? Did they just cut him off?
beat
Medicare. Dealing with everything we have to do with look. If we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
What? He wasn't done. Why'd they cut him off? Why? Whatever. Why they? Oh, these fucking moderators. Oh, my eyes. Why did you? Oh, I wanted to hear what he had to say. They fucking bailed him out. They bailed him out of that one, bro. Motherfuckers.
Well, he's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death, and he's destroying Medicare because all of these people are coming in. They're putting them on Medicare. They're putting them on Social Security. They're going to destroy Social Security. This man is going to single-handedly destroy Social Security. These millions and millions of people coming in, they're trying to put them on Social Security. He will wipe out Social Security. He will wipe out Medicare. So he was right in the way he finished that sentence. And it's a shame. What's happened to our country in the last 4 years is not to be believed. Foreign.
Jesus Christ, dude. He fucking ripped his throat out. What the fuck? It's kind of crazy how good Trump is at debating, I guess, because like that he took that one word, that one misspeak by Biden, and like jumped on him like a rabid fucking dog and ripped his throat out. That's right, he did defeat Medicare. He beat it to death. Like Jesus. One misspeak and it's like it's the end. He eviscerated this poor old man. I just watched an old man get murdered on live television. That's fucking wild.
Countries, I'm friends with a lot of people. They cannot believe what happened to the United States of America. They no longer respect it.
I'm friends with a lot of people, and these lots of people I'm friends with, they're none too happy with the country. What is this point? What is the point of this?
They don't like us. We give them everything they want, and they think we're stupid. They think we're very stupid people. What we're doing for other countries, and they do nothing for us. What this man has done is absolutely criminal.
Thank you, President Trump. Dana?
This is the first presidential election since the Supreme Court.
Why are they cutting Joe's mic?
Over.
Dana?
This
is absolutely criminal.
Thank you, President Trump. Dana?
I think he was trying to ask, do I get to respond to that? Why'd they cut his mic? This is so weird. Why are they... I can't tell if they're trying to help or hurt Joe. I can't really fucking get a read on it right now.
This is the first presidential election since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. This morning, the court ruled on yet another abortion case, temporarily allowing emergency abortions to continue in Idaho, despite that state's restrictive ban. Former President Trump, you take credit for the decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, which returned the issue of abortion to the states.
Correct.
However, the federal government still plays a role in whether or not women have access to abortion pills. They're used in about 2/3 of all abortions. As president, would you block abortion medication?
First of all,
what do you mean block abortion medication? Why don't you just leave it up to the states again? Listen, I'm a federalist through and through. I like the idea of every single issue being left in the hands of, well, as many issues as are possible left in the hands of the state. Obviously, you can't have states creating borders against one another. Obviously, you can't have states like not allowing citizens of other states coming into their states. You can't have states taxing the ever-loving shit out of their fellow states. You can't have states going to war with one another. You can't have states allying themselves to other countries and shit. But like when it comes to abortion and abortion pills, I love the idea of it being left in the hands of the state. I only hit you fucking 3 times. I like that in certain states. I don't like the rule that was talked about in Texas, or I think it was either Texas or it was Florida, where they were talking about banning people from going out of state and getting an abortion. I'm not a fan of that, but I am a fan of places like Texas putting an abortion ban on a certain number of weeks, and places like California and New York allowing abortions all the way up to and including 3rd trimester / pre-breech abortions. That scale, I think, is important because it shows where It shows what the voters of each state want. And if the voters of a state would rather it be overturned, they should be voting. They should. I like the pressure that it puts on the citizenry, and it tells them, doesn't matter what you post on Facebook, it doesn't matter what you post on Twitter, it doesn't matter what you say you're for, you now have to go out and vote for it. If you want politicians and governments in your state that allow for abortions, you need to get off your ass and go vote for it. I like that a lot. I think it helps reduce the bloviating from American citizens and actually puts responsibility back in their hands to vote for what they want, as opposed to just saying like, "Oh my God, this is so unfair that they overturned Roe v. Wade. My state is gonna ban abortion." Okay, well then vote for Democrats or move. Vote for Democrats or move. No, that's why I like it. Regardless of my stance on abortion, I think that each state should be allowed to determine whether abortion is allowed or not. And the same should be done for abortion pills. I think that abortion pills should be allowed or disallowed based on a state's preferences, which is funny because I'm imagining Florida or Texas banning abortion pills, and so now like you got drug dealers that are selling Plan B on the street corner. Oh man, can you imagine you get jailed for selling a controlled substance and it's just a Plan B? I would think it'd be a stupid fucking decision, but I'd rather the states decide that.
The Supreme Court just approved the abortion pill, and I agree with their decision to have done that, and I will not block it. And if you look at this whole question that you're asking, complex but not really complex. 51 years ago, you had Roe v. Wade, and everybody wanted to get it back to the states. Everybody, without exception. Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservatives. Everybody wanted it back. Religious leaders. And what I did is I put 3 great Supreme Court justices on the court, and they happened to vote in favor of killing Roe v. Wade and moving it back to the states. This is something that everybody wanted. Now, 10 years ago or so, they started talking about how many weeks and how many this, getting into other things. But every legal scholar throughout the world, the most respected, wanted it brought back to the states. I did that. Now the states are working it out. If you look at Ohio, it was a decision that was an end result that was a little bit more liberal than you would have thought. Kansas, I would say the same thing. Texas is different. Florida is different. But they're all making their own decisions right now. And right now, the states control it. That's the vote of the people. Like Ronald Reagan, I believe in the exceptions. I am a person that believes. And frankly, I think it's important to believe in the exceptions. Some people, you have to follow your heart. Some people don't believe in that. But I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and the life of the mother. I think it's very important. Some people don't. Follow your heart. But you have to get elected also. And
it's either a baby or it is, and if it's...
You got to get elected.
My stance is it's either a baby or it is, and if you don't believe it's a baby, then you should be allowed to fucking do it all the way up until it's about to pass from the mother's canal. If it's not a baby, then you should be able to do whatever you want with it. You should be able to fucking have it aborted and put it in a fucking soup. If you really don't think it's a baby, then it's just a fucking clump of cells to you, then you should be able to do whatever the hell you want to it. Maybe you put it in a jar and you take it home. Maybe you fucking, pick it up and you throw it against the wall as hard as you can. I don't know. But if it's just a clump of cells to you, you should be able to do with it whatever you please. If it's a baby, you shouldn't allow it, period, unless the mom's about to die. Or the mom will die if she tries to give birth to this baby. I think that those are probably the only two stances on abortion that I would that I could see / understand. I'm on the side that it's a baby, so I'm not cool with any of it. I'm not cool with any of it at all, but that's just, again, that's just me. Yeah, I don't like the exceptions rule, personally, just because I think that aborting a kid because it's of, rape or I'm sorry, of Rockstar or of incest is punishing a baby, like an innocent child, for some fucked up shit that the dad did. Or yeah, I'm just gonna leave it at the dad did. I was gonna say, well, maybe the mom, Rockstar the dad, but we that doesn't happen. But anyway, I think it's wrong to punish the kid. That's my stance. Don't really fault anyone if they think differently. That's just my personal stance on the matter. So I wouldn't allow, just for the sake of consistency, I wouldn't even allow the pill, but I wouldn't even allow Rockstar, I wouldn't allow incest, I wouldn't allow any of those exceptions. I think the exceptions are stupid and betray the rule, but that's just me.
The problem they have is they're radical because they will take the life of a child in the 8th month, the 9th month, and even after birth. After birth, if you look at the former governor of Virginia, he was willing to do this. He said, we'll put the baby aside and we'll determine what we do with the baby, meaning we'll kill the baby. What happened is...
I don't know if that's what he meant by that, but he did say that. I don't know if that's what he meant. That's what he did say, though. He did say, we'll put the baby aside and we'll decide what to do with the baby. Which is pretty wild statement to make.
We brought it back to the states, and the country is now coming together on this issue. It's been a great thing.
Thank you. President Biden?
It's been a terrible thing, what you've done. The fact is that the vast majority of constitutional scholars supported Roe when it was decided. Supported Roe. And that's
not really. The only people that supported Roe legally are the ones that believe in this strange idea that there is a right to privacy within the penumbra. I think that's the exact word, or exact phrase, like in the penumbra of the text between like 3 or 4 different amendments. But in reality, there is no right to fucking privacy in the Constitution. There is none. There is not a single fucking letter in that in that wonderful document that says you have a right to privacy. If people want to be able to have abortions, or people want to have a right to privacy, then we should all collectively stand up and demand it of our representatives. But I don't think that people actually give a shit. I don't think people actually care about a right to privacy, or else we would have had another amendment to the Constitution ratifying this idea of a right to privacy. And a right to an abortion. But for years and years and years and years, Roe v. Wade existed because of this weird, this strange legal theory that the right to privacy existed due to like 3 or 4 different amendments within the Constitution. The letters, or the letter of the law within those amendments kind of gave rise to this ethereal idea of a right to privacy. And then the Supreme Court took another look at it during Trump's presidency and was like, yeah, there ain't shit here. Repeal it. Or get rid of it. I would rather the states take care of it, but if lefties really, really want a federal right to an abortion, they should be screaming for an amendment, not for the Supreme Court justices to reverse their decision. The idea that the Supreme Court justices are there to like determine how this country is run is ridiculous. The only point of the Supreme Court is to determine whether or not something is constitutional or unconstitutional. giving them all the power over U.S. politics is stupid.
This idea that they're all against it is just ridiculous. And this is the guy who says the state should be able to have it. We're a state where in 6 weeks, you don't even know whether you're pregnant or not, but you cannot see a doctor, and have him decide on what your circumstances are.
It's pretty wild if you get like busted inside of, and then you don't get tested. That's kind of wild to think about. You won't even know if you're pregnant or not. Well, I mean, you can kind of take a guess if you're letting dudes bust inside of you. I mean,
you need help. The idea that states are able to do this is a little like saying we're going to turn civil rights back to the states. Let each state have a different rule. Look, there's so many young women who have been, including a young.
But that's ridiculous. I mean, that again, this is from the perspective of somebody that believes there is a civil right to privacy, but there isn't. That was the whole point of Roe v. Wade. There is no Roe v. Wade created this right to privacy that never really existed. That was the whole point of Roe v. Wade. I don't know, this idea that he had, or this sentiment that he has that, well, should we allow states to decide civil rights? That's not at all what is being discussed. Not at all what's being discussed.
A woman who just was murdered, and he went to the funeral. The idea that she was murdered by an immigrant coming in. They talk about that, but here's the deal: there's a lot of young women who are being raped by their in-laws, by their spouses, brothers and sisters.
What the fuck?
It's just ridiculous, and they can do nothing about it. And they try to arrest them when they cross state lines.
Thank you.
There have been many young.
Dude, what the fuck is what are these moderators doing? Why do they keep cutting him off? I'm getting legitimately pissed off. Why do they keep cutting off Biden? I don't like the fucking guy, but stop interrupting him. Jesus Christ, let the man fucking finish. Golly.
Young women murdered by the same people he allows to come across our border. We have a border that's the most dangerous place anywhere in the world, considered the most dangerous place anywhere in the world. And he opened it up, and these killers are coming into our country, and they are raping and killing women. And it's a terrible thing. As far as the abortions...
As opposed to what? They're raping and killing like little boys? What are you...
concerned, it is now back with the states. The states are voting. In many cases, it's frankly a very liberal decision. In many cases, it's the opposite. But they're voting, and it's bringing it back to the vote of the people, which is what everybody wanted, including the founders, if they knew about this issue, which frankly they didn't. But they would have. Everybody wanted it brought back. Ronald Reagan wanted it brought back. He wasn't.
The founders didn't know about abortion. Yeah. Which frankly they didn't. He says it like I'm supposed to be like, shocked or perturbed that the founding fathers, didn't know about abortion, but I would assume they didn't. I would assume that they don't know about Roe v. Wade, or that they didn't conceive of Roe v. Wade.
Able to get it. Everybody wanted it brought back, and many presidents had tried to get it back. I was the one to do it. And again, this gives it the vote of the people, and that's where they wanted it. Every legal scholar wanted it that way.
Staying on the topic of abortion, President Biden, 7 states. I'll let you do that. This is the same topic.
Why are they cutting his mic? What the hell is happening? I thought these guys were supposed to be on his side. They are fucking him over. What is this?
7 states have no legal restrictions on how far into a pregnancy a woman can obtain an abortion. Do you support any legal limits on how late a woman should be able to terminate a pregnancy?
I support Roe v. Wade, which had 3 trimesters. The first time is between the woman and the doctor. Second time is between the doctor and an extreme situation. The third time is between the doctor I mean, between the woman and the state. The idea that the politicians, that the founders wanted the politicians to be the ones making decisions about women's health is ridiculous. That's the last. No politician should be making that decision.
So he didn't answer the question. He just said, "I support Roe v. Wade." Nice. It's a good dodge. It's a good dodge.
A doctor should be making those decisions. That's how it should be run. That's what you're going to do. And if I'm elected, I'm going to restore Roe v. Wade.
How? How? How are you going to do that? You can't make that promise. What are you talking about? How? Oh, how would you restore? Why would you even make that promise? You can't do that. The court either, like, votes again or it doesn't. Are you promising that you're going to stack the court with, like, lefty judges? Are you going to, like, last time court stacking was brought up, you, like, heavily were not into the idea. Are you changing your mind? Are you wanting to stack the court now? Like, what does that mean? How are you going to bring back Roe v. Wade?
You can take the life of the baby in the 9th month and even after birth, because some states, Democrat run, take it after birth. Again,
nice.
The former governor of Virginia, put the baby down, then we decide what to do with it. So he's
put the baby down.
As we say,
put the baby down, Governor.
In the 9th month and kill the baby. Nobody wants that to happen, Democrat or Republican. Nobody wants it to happen.
You're lying. That is simply not true. The Roe v. Wade.
Thank you, Jesus fucking. Thank you, Lord. They let Joe Biden fucking off the leash. Get him.
Wade does not provide for that. That's not the circumstance. Only if a woman's life is in danger, she's going to die. That's the only circumstance in which that can happen. But we are not for late-term abortion, period. Period, period.
Under Roe v. Wade, you have late-term.
Okay. Okay, that's a more solid answer. Okay, he says we are not for late-term abortions. Okay, interesting.
Abortion. You can do whatever you want, depending on the state. You can do whatever you want. We don't think that's a good thing. We think it's a radical thing. We think the Democrats are the radicals, not the Republicans.
For 51 years, that was the law. 51 years, constitutional scholarship said it was the right way to go. 51 years, and it was taken away because this guy put very conservative members on the Supreme Court. He takes credit for taking it away. What's he going to do? What's he going to do, in fact, if the MAGA Republicans, he gets elected, and the MAGA Republicans control the Congress, and they pass a universal ban on abortion, period, across the board at 6 weeks or 7 or 8 or 10 weeks, something very, very conservative. Is he going to sign that?
If we've already ruled that there can't be a fucking... If the rule is already that the federal government has no right to determine whether or not an abortion should be allowed, why are you saying, or why are you trying to make people think that the federal government has the ability to outright ban abortions at certain weeks? What the fuck are you talking about, you fucking old idiot?
That bill, I'll veto it. He'll sign it.
Thank you.
Let's turn now to the issue of immigration and border security. President Biden, a record number of migrants have illegally crossed the southern border on your watch. Overwhelming border states and overburdening cities such as New York and Chicago, and in some cases causing real safety and security.
Good. Fuck New York and fuck Chicago. Fuck both of them. Fuck them both. Fuck those cities. Fuck those states. Fuck them. Alright? They called themselves... You know what? Fuck Austin, too, while I'm at it. They called themselves sanctuary cities and said they weren't going to work with the federal government when it came to, like, illegal... what do you call it? Illegal immigrants that they captured or that they caught. Or that they wouldn't work with the federal government on pending cases. Fuck them then. Send all of them there. Send every fucking illegal immigrant to those states. Send all of them. Fuck them. Especially New York. New York... like, always proudly exclaims, oh, in our constitution, in our state's constitution, it guarantees housing for all citizens. And then they get swarmed with illegal immigrants. And guess what? They have to legally provide all of them housing. They wanted to make themselves a sanctuary city. They don't want to work with the federal government on deporting immigrants. All right, well, fuck you then. Take all of them. Take every last one of them. It's not fair for border states and border cities that don't want to deal with this influx I'm not even saying that like all illegal immigrants are criminals or well, I mean by letter of the law they are, but I'm not saying they are all rock stars and killers and all that shit. But that influx of people has a real effect on the stability of a city. If the city now has to provide food, clothing, shelter for all these people that are coming in, or providing funding to their local law enforcement to round them all up, hold them, and then hand them over to the federal government. Like, that's a shitload of money. That's a lot of stress on a small town or on a small state on the border. That is too much shit for a state that didn't want it to happen or that didn't want any of this to have to take on. So fuck New York, fuck Chicago, fuck Austin. All these places should take on the burden of illegal immigration. I thought it was hilarious when what was it? When the governor of Texas and the governor of Florida started busing them to different states. I thought that shit was hilarious. Shut up, Farkas.
Concerns. Given that, why should voters trust you to solve this crisis?
Because we worked very hard to get a bipartisan agreement that not only changed all of that, it made sure that we are in a situation where you had no circumstance where they could come across the border with the number of border police there are now. We significantly increased the number of asylum officers. By the way, the Border Patrol endorsed my position.
That was not true. That was another meme that I saw come out of this debate. Biden said that the Border Patrol endorsed him, and then the Border Patrol Union literally tweets out, "We never have and we never will support President Joe Biden." That shit was hilarious. So that was just a straight up lie.
In addition to that, we found ourselves in a situation where when he was president, he was separating babies from their mothers, putting them in cages, making sure the families were separated. That's not the right way to go. What I've done since I've changed the law, what's happened?
President Trump was following the literal letter of the law when he did those things, the separations and whatnot. Obama and Biden decided to not follow the law for some reason when it came to separating parents and whatnot. They just told their border agencies ignore that rule, and then Trump said enforce that rule. I think that if you don't like the rule, you should probably advocate for your senators and your representatives to vote to overturn or appeal that rule. I think it's stupid that I think it's stupid that the presidency has the ability to choose whether or not they enforce a law. I think that's ridiculous. I think every president, period, should be enforcing all letters that have been voted on by representatives, but that's a whole different can of worms.
I've changed it in a way that now you're in a situation where there are 40% fewer people coming across the border illegally. That's better than when he left office. And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either. Look, we have the safest border in the history of our country. All he had to do was leave it. All he had to do was leave it. He decided to open up our border, open up our country to people that are from prisons, people that are from mental institutions, insane asylum, terrorists. We have the largest number of terrorists coming into our country right now, all terrorists, all over the world, not just in South America, all over the world. They come from the Middle East, everywhere, all over the world they're pouring in. And this guy just left it open. And he didn't need legislation because I didn't have legislation. I said, close the border. We had the safest border in history. In that final couple of months of my presidency, we had, according to Border Patrol, who is great, and by the way, who endorsed me for president, but I won't say that, but they endorsed me for president. Brandon, just speak to him. But
oh no, not the Brandon meme. Fucking, I won't say that, says it. God, I miss this guy. The memes from him were so fucking great.
Look, we had the safest border in history. Now we have the worst border in history. There's never been anything like it. And people are dying all over the place, including the people that are coming up in
Thank you,
caravans.
President Trump. President Biden?
The only terrorist who's done anything crossing the border is one who came along and killed three, and his administration, killed an Al-Qaeda person come in and his administration, killed three American soldiers. That's the only terrorist that's there. I'm not saying that no terrorist ever got through, but the idea they're emptying their prisons, we're welcoming these people, that's simply not true. There's no data to support what he said. Once again, he's exaggerating, he's lying.
President Trump, staying on the topic of immigration, you've said that you're going to carry out, quote, the largest domestic deportation operation in American history, unquote. Does that mean that you will deport every undocumented immigrant in America, including those who have jobs, including those whose spouses are citizens, and incluging those who have lived here for decades? And if so, how will you do it?
Just 1 second. He said we killed 3 people. The people we killed are al-Baghdadi and Soleimani, the 2 greatest terrorists, biggest terrorists anywhere in the world, and it had a huge impact on everything, not just border, on everything. He's the one that killed people with the bad water, including hundreds of thousands of people dying.
I don't know why Trump is. I think Trump misunderstood what Biden's talking about. I think Biden is talking about talking about how a terrorist came over the border and killed 3 people, and now Trump is talking about orders given to kill people. Kind of lost here. Don't know why he's bringing this up.
And also killing our citizens when they come in. We are living right now in a rat's nest. They're killing our people in New York, in California, in every state in the union, because we don't have borders anymore. Every state is now a border. And because of his ridiculous, insane, and very stupid policies, people are coming in and they're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen. We call it migrant crime. I call it Biden migrant crime. They're killing our citizens.
Okay, that brand doesn't really work, bro.
And you're reading it like these 3 incredible young girls over the last few days. One of them, I just spoke to the mother, and they just had the funeral for this girl, 12 years old. This is horrible what's taken place. What's taken place in our country, we're literally an uncivilized country now. He doesn't want it to be. He just doesn't know. He opened the borders. Nobody's ever seen anything like. And we have to get a lot of these people out, or we have to get them out fast.
Again, I don't know if any of this can be directly contributed to Biden. I don't really know if there are any policy changes that Biden instituted that caused this to happen. The main problem with immigration right now is that we've got so many fucking people that are flooding the border that the infrastructure we have to process them and get them back out is completely overwhelmed. So it's not really Biden's fault. It's just the system is completely fucking overwhelmed. I think if you want to solve the issue, you need to like increase the funding and increase the amount of judges and individuals involved in the process of processing these illegal immigrants, or make it to where you do not have the right to claim asylum once you're in this country. I don't know how difficult that would be, but that would make it to where just being here doesn't give you the right to claim asylum. If you're here illegally, you just get deported immediately. No processing, no questions asked. But that would be like that'd be a huge change to how things have been done and are being done. Because right now the process is somebody comes in, they claim asylum or they claim refugee status, and then the government has to process their claim. And then they stay here while we process their claim. You know, right or wrong, good or bad, you know, blah blah blah. That's the process. So the solutions are either increase the number of people processing, increase the number of employees processing this shit, or um, just make it to where you can't claim asylum from within the country anymore. I don't know if I'd advocate for that. I think it's pretty easy to advocate for, immediate funding for these processes. I think a lot of things, again, I like Trump, but I think he made a really bad fucking decision before he left office, which was he killed a bill to increase the number of judges and increase the number of people, increase the number of employees processing these claims, and the motivation supposed. If you believe the Republicans, the motivation was because the Democrats were trying to stuff the bill full of crap. If you believe the Democrats and a few Republican senators, or a few Republican, I think it was congressmen, if you believe what they're saying that Trump killed that bill because he wanted to have that issue keep going until he got reelected and then solve it then. Either way, whatever the truth is, that bill did not get passed, and so this problem was passed on to Biden. I think that was a really bad decision by Trump. I think that, win, loss, whatever, he should have passed that bill. Or he should have allowed Republicans to vote on it the way that they planned on voting on it. Yeah, I wouldn't say, I don't know of any policy changes that Biden has done to incentivize illegal border crossings. Maybe he has. I don't know, but I haven't heard any.
Because they're going to destroy our country. Just take a look at where they're living. They're living in luxury hotels in New York City and other places. Our veterans are on the street. They're dying because he doesn't care about our veterans. He doesn't care. He doesn't like the military at all, and he doesn't care about our veterans. Nobody been worse. I had the highest approval rating for veterans taking care of the VA. He has the worst. He's gotten rid of all the things that I approved. Choice that I got through Congress, all of the different things I approved, they abandoned. We had by far the highest, and now it's down in less than half because he's done all these great things that we did. And I think he did it just because I approved it, which is crazy. But he has killed so many people.
I'm actually curious about that. VA approval of Trump versus Biden. God damn it, get out of my face. This is saying that's false. I wish Trump would clarify what he meant by that.
People at our border by allowing all of these people to come in. And it's a very sad day in America.
President Biden, you have the mic.
Every single thing he said is a lie. Every single one. For example, veterans are a hell of a lot better off since I passed the PACT Act. 1 million of them now have insurance, and their families have it. Their families have it because what happened, whether it was Agent Orange or burn pits, they're all being covered now. And his group opposed that. We're also in a situation where we have great respect for veterans. My son spent a year in Iraq, living right next to one of those burn pits, came back with stage 4 glioblastoma. I was recently in France for D-Day, and I spoke all about those heroes that died. I went to the World War II cemetery World War I cemetery he refused to go to. He was standing with his 4-star general, and he told me, he said, I don't want to go in there because they're a bunch of losers and suckers. My son was not a loser, was not a sucker. You're the sucker. You're the loser.
President Trump?
First
A little
of all,
bit of
that was a
energy from
made-up quote,
Biden. Nice,
suckers and
nice.
losers. They made it up. It was in a third-rate magazine that's failing, like many of these magazines. He made that up. He put it in commercials. We've notified him. We had 19 people that said I didn't say it. And think of this. Who would say I'm at a cemetery or I'm talking about our veterans? Because nobody's taken better care. I'm so glad this came up, and he brought it up. There's nobody that's taken better care of our soldiers than I have. To think that I would, in front of generals and others, say suckers and losers. We have 19 people that said it was never said by me. It was made up by him, just like Russia was made up, just like the 51 intelligence agents are made up, just like the new thing with the 16 economists are talking. It's the same thing. 51 intelligence agents said that the laptop was Russia disinformation. It wasn't. That came from his son, Hunter. It wasn't Russia disinformation. He made up the suckers and losers, so he should apologize to me right now.
Jesus.
4-star general standing to your side who was on your staff who said you said it. Period. That's number one.
Where are you looking, bro? Why aren't you looking at Trump when you say you? Where are you? Joe Biden, are you good? Joe Byron.
And number two, the idea that I have to apologize to you for anything along the line. We've done more for veterans than any president has in American history. And they now are in their family. The only sacred obligation we have as a country is to care for our veterans when they come home and their families and equip them when they go to war. That's what we're doing. That's what the VA is doing now. They're doing more for veterans than ever before in our history.
All right, thank you so much.
Let's move to the topic of foreign policy. I want to begin with Russia's war against Ukraine, which is now in its third year. Former President Trump, Russian President Vladimir Putin says he'll only end this war if Russia keeps the Ukrainian territory it has already claimed and Ukraine abandons its bid to join NATO. Are Putin's terms acceptable to you?
First of all, our veterans and our soldiers can't stand this guy. They can't stand him. They think he's the worst commander-in-chief, if that's what you call him, that we've ever had. They can't stand him. So let's get that straight. And they like me more than just about any of them. And that's based on every single bit of information. As far as
what is this
Russia
weird
and
little
Ukraine,
cackling thing he's
if
doing?
we had a real president, a president that knew, that was respected by Putin, he would have never invaded Ukraine. A lot of people are dead right now, much more than people know. You know, they talk about numbers. You can double those numbers, maybe triple those numbers. He did nothing to stop it. In fact, I think he encouraged Russia from going in. I'll tell you what happened. He was so bad with Afghanistan. It was such a horrible embarrassment, most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, that when Putin watched that and he saw the incompetence, that he should have fired those generals, like I fired the one that you mentioned. And so he's got no love lost, but he should have fired those generals. No general got fired for the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, Afghanistan, where we left billions of dollars of equipment behind. We lost 13 beautiful soldiers, and 38 soldiers were obliterated. And by the way, we left people behind, too. We left American citizens behind. When Putin saw that, he said, you know what? I think we're going to go in and maybe take this was his dream. I talked to him about it, his dream. The difference is he never would have invaded Ukraine. Never. Just like Israel would have never been invaded in a million years by Hamas. You know why? Because Iran was broke with me. I wouldn't let anybody do business with them. They ran out of money. They were broke. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for anything. No money for terror. That's why you had no terror at all during my administration. This place, the whole world is blowing up under him.
President Biden?
Never
This
had
place.
so much malarkey in my whole life. Look, the fact of the matter is that...
Get him with the malarkey, Joe.
Let's take the last point first. Iran attacked American troops, caused brain damage for a number of these troops, and he did nothing about it. Recently, not when he was president. They attacked. He said they're just having headaches. That's all it is. He didn't do a thing when the attack took place, number one. Number two, we got over 100,000 Americans and others out of Afghanistan during that airlift. Number three, we found ourselves in a situation where if you take a look at what Trump did in Ukraine, this guy told Trump, do whatever you want and do whatever you want. And that's exactly what Trump did.
Huh?
To Putin, encourage him, do whatever you want. And he went in. And listen to what he said when he went in. He was going to take Kyiv in 5 days, remember? Because it's part of the old Soviet Union. That's what he wanted to reestablish. Kyiv. And he, in fact, didn't do it at all. He wasn't able to get it done. And they've lost thousands and thousands of troops, 500,000 troops.
President Trump,
I can't tell if I'm spurging or something. I can't tell if my sense of time is fucked, but like it feels like they keep fucking interrupting Biden more than they're interrupting Trump. I can't tell. I'd have to like go back and actually time out the responses, but like I can't tell if I can't tell if there's like a timer on the wall that lets them know when they're about to run out of time or something, and Trump just keeps cutting right before they cut him off. But it feels like every time Biden is about to get through a sentence or about to finish up, they cut him off. It's bugging. It's irritating me. I don't like it. I don't like that they keep doing it.
For 1 minute, I just want to go back to my original question, which is, are Putin's terms acceptable to you? Keeping the territory in Ukraine?
No, they're not acceptable. But look, this is a war that never should have started. If we had a leader in this war, he led everybody along. He's given $200 billion now or more to Ukraine. He's given $200 billion. That's a lot of money. I don't think there's ever been anything like it. Every time that Zelensky comes to this country, he walks away with $60 billion. He's the greatest salesman ever. And I'm not knocking him. I'm not knocking anything. I'm only saying the money that we're spending on this war, and we shouldn't be spending, it should have never happened. I will have that war settled between Putin and Zelensky as president-elect before I take office on January 20th. I'll have that war settled. People being
Damn, that's
killed
a big
so
promise.
needlessly, so stupidly, and I will get it settled, and I'll get it settled fast before I take office.
President Biden, you have a minute.
No shot.
The fact is that Putin is a war criminal. He's killed thousands and thousands of people. And he has made one thing clear. He wants to reestablish what was part of the Soviet Empire, not just a piece. He wants all of Ukraine. That's what he wants. And then you think he'll stop there? Do you think he'll stop when if he takes Ukraine? What do you think happens to Poland? What do you think of Belarus? What do you think happens to those NATO countries? And so if you want a war,
yeah, but Trump isn't saying that he's gonna allow he's not gonna allow Putin to take any of that. What? He's gonna say it's gonna get settled. And he said he's not cool with Putin's terms. I don't understand why he's bringing this. I don't understand why he's saying this, but
you ought to find out what he's going to do, because if in fact he does what he says and walks away, and by the way, all that money we give Ukraine are from weapons we make here in the United States. We give them the weapons, not the money at this point. And our NATO allies have produced as much funding for Ukraine as we have. That's why we're strong.
Thank you. Moving on to the Middle East. In October, Hamas attacked Israel, killing more than 1,000 people and taking hundreds of hostages. Among those held and thought to still be alive are 5 Americans. Israel's response has killed thousands of Palestinians and created a humanitarian crisis in Gaza. President Biden...
It's always a fucking humanitarian crisis in fucking Gaza. There's always a fucking humanitarian crisis. Who gives a shit? Jesus. Fucking Gaza launches like 400 rockets against Israel. Israel fires back like 3 or 4, and then boom, it's a fucking humanitarian crisis. That country is fucking held together by like sticks and twine. Who cares? Who gives a shit?
A proposal to resolve this conflict, but so far Hamas has not released the remaining hostages, and Israel is continuing its military offensive in Gaza. So what additional leverage will you use to get Hamas and Israel to end the war? You have 2 minutes.
Number one, everyone from the United Nations Security Council straight through to the G7 to the Israelis and Netanyahu himself have endorsed the plan I put forward. Which has 3 stages to it.
Who cares if they agree to it? I like how you listed literally everyone that doesn't matter. Nobody gives a shit about the ICJ. You only listed Israel and Netanyahu. Those are like two of the three people that matter. Did Hamas support your plan, buddy? Those are the only people that are making a fucking stink. Did they support it? They didn't? Wow, that's wild. Are you going to put pressure on the people that have American citizens hostage? No? Well, fuck me then. I guess you didn't do shit all. I guess you didn't do fucking anything, buddy. Thanks for the useless plan.
The first stage is trade the hostages for a ceasefire. Second phase is a ceasefire with additional conditions. The third phase is the end of the war. The only one who wants the war to continue is Hamas. Number one, they're the only ones.
Thank God he said
We're
it.
still pushing hard to get them to accept. In the meantime, what's happened in Israel? We're finding that the only thing I've denied Israel was 2,000-pound bombs. They don't work very well in populated areas. They kill a lot of innocent people. We're providing Israel with all the weapons they need and when they need them. And by the way, I'm the guy that organized the world against Iran when they had a full-blown intercontinental ballistic missile attack on Israel. No one was hurt.
You're also the guy that you and Obama are also the guy that put like billions and billions and billions of fucking dollars in the Ayatollah's pocket. So let's not get all excited about how you mounted a fucking counter-terror attack or a counterattack against Iran after you were the one that probably funded the fucking missiles they used, or Jesus, the rockets they used against Israel in the first place, dude. Let's chill the fuck out with this. I'm the one that did the counter. You're the one that funded the rockets, dummy.
No, one Israeli was accidentally killed, and it just stopped. We saved Israel. We are the biggest producer of support for Israel of anyone in the world. And so they're two different things.
Trump has a fucking train station in Israel named after him. I don't know if you've got that same level of support in Israel, Joe.
Hamas cannot be allowed to be continued. We continue to send our experts and our intelligence people as to how they can get Hamas like we did bin Laden. You don't have to do it. And by the way, they've been greatly weakened, Hamas, greatly weakened, and they should be.
By Israeli efforts.
But you've got to be careful for using certain weapons among population centers.
Just going back to Ukraine for 1 second. We have an ocean separating us. The European nations together have spent $100 billion or maybe more than that, less than us. Why doesn't he call them and say, you got to put up your money like I did with NATO? I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. The Secretary General of NATO said Trump did the most incredible job I've ever seen. They wouldn't have any, they were going out of business. We were spending almost 100% of the money was paid by us. He didn't do that. He's getting you got to ask these people to put up the money. We're over $100 billion more spent, and it has a bigger impact on them because of location, because we have an ocean in between. You got to ask them. As far as Israel and Hamas, Israel's the one that wants to go. He said the only one who wants to keep going is Hamas. Actually, Israel is the one, and you should let him go and let him finish the job. He doesn't want to do it. He's become like a Palestinian, but they don't like him because he's a very bad Palestinian. He's a weak one.
President Biden, you have a minute.
I've never heard so much foolishness. This is a guy who wants to get out of NATO. Are you going to stay in NATO? He's going to pull out of NATO. The idea that we have our strength lies in our alliances as well. It may be a big ocean, but we're ever able to avoid a war in Europe, a major war in Europe.
It's interesting that Trump didn't answer that question.
Have Putin continue to go into NATO. We have an Article 5 agreement. Attack on one is attack on all. You want to start the nuclear war he keeps talking about, go ahead. Let Putin go in and control Ukraine and then move on to Poland and other places. See what happens then. He has no idea what the hell he's talking about. And by the way, I got 50 other nations around the world to support Ukraine, including Japan and South Korea, because they understand that this kind of dislocation has a serious threat to the whole world peace. No major war in Europe has ever been able to be contained just to Europe.
President Trump, just to follow up, would you support the creation of an independent Palestinian state in order to achieve peace in the region? Fuck
no. He better say hell no to this question.
He better say fuck no to this question. There has never been and there ought never be a Palestine. Bro, he better say fuck no to this question.
I'd have to see, but before we do that, the problem we have is that we spend all the money. So they kill us on trade. I made great trade deals with the European nations.
I'm disappointed by that answer.
They're about the same size economically. Their economy is about the same size as the United States. And they were no cars, no, they don't want anything that we have, but we're supposed to take their cars, their food, their everything, their agriculture. I changed that. But the big thing I changed is they don't want to pay. And the only reason that he can play games with NATO is because I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. I said, and he's right about this, I said, no, I'm not going to support NATO if you don't pay. They asked me that question, would you guard us against Russia, at a very secret meeting of the 28 states at that time, nations at that time. And I said, no, if you don't pay, I won't do that. And you know what happened? Billions and billions of dollars came flowing in the next day, the next months. But now we're in the same position. We're paying everybody's bills.
Let's turn to the issue of democracy. Former President Trump, I want to ask you about January 6, 2021. After you rallied your supporters that day, some of them stormed the Capitol to stop the constitutionally mandated counting of electoral votes. As president, you swore an oath to, quote, preserve, protect, and defend, unquote, the Constitution. What do you say to voters who believe that you violated that oath through your actions and inaction on January 6th and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I don't think too many believe that. And let me tell you about January 6th. On January 6th, we had a great border. Nobody coming through, very few. On January 6th, we were energy independent. On January 6th, we had the lowest taxes ever. We had the lowest regulations ever. On January 6th, we were respected all over the world. All over the world, we were respected. And then he comes in, and we're now laughed at. We're like a bunch of stupid people. What happened to the United States' reputation under this man's leadership is horrible, including weaponization, which I'm sure at some point you'll be talking about, where he goes after his political opponent because he can't beat him fair and square.
You have 80 seconds left. My question was, what do you say to those voters who believe that you violated your constitutional oath through your actions and inaction on January 6, 2021, and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I didn't say that to anybody. I said peacefully and patriotically. And Nancy Pelosi, if you just watched the news from 2 days ago, on tape to her daughter, who's a documentary filmmaker, they say, but she's saying, oh, no, it's my responsibility. I was responsible for this. Because I offered her 10,000 soldiers or National Guard, and she turned them down. And the mayor of...
I don't know what Trump is talking about.
In writing, turned
yeah,
it
we
down,
still
the
debating.
Of D.C. They turned it down. I offered 10,000 because I could see...
Nah, I'm just kind of listening to this fucking... this goofy long rant about January 6th. Oh... It's not as substantive as I was hoping.
I had virtually nothing to do. They asked me to go make a speech. I could see what was happening. Everybody was saying they're going to be there on January 6th. They're going to be there. And I said, you know what? There's a lot of people coming. You could feel it. You could feel it too, and you could feel it. And I said, they ought to have some National Guard or whatever. And I offered it to her, and she now admits that she turned it down. And it was the same day she was, I don't know, she can't be very happy with her daughter because it made her into a liar. She said, I take full responsibility for January 6th.
President Biden?
Look, he encouraged those folks.
Basically, January 6th was the day when we were supposed to ratify the... So in the United States, whenever we vote for a president, we don't actually... When in the United States, the way it works is you don't actually vote for the president. You vote to tell your representatives where you'd like their electoral votes to go. And once those electoral votes are, counted up and, verified and whatnot, then once they've been ratified, then the president is chosen. But you can pretty much figure out by that night, you can figure out by election day, like who's going to be the president, because almost it's
I don't think it's ever happened where a state's electorate has gone against the vote within the state. I don't think that's ever happened. But on the day that they were ratifying the votes, Trump had a big speech and told all of his followers to march onto Capitol Hill and to protest and try to convince the Republicans to not certify the election or to not ratify the votes. So that way Joe Biden wasn't properly elected. This wouldn't have worked. It would have never worked. But what ended up happening was people got to the Capitol building. Then they, depending on who you listen to, they were either let in or they stormed it. Either way, they entered the Capitol building illegally. They went around, they tore some shit up, they went into the speaker's room, they took the pulpit, or they stood at the speaker's pulpit. And then it all kind of came to a head when they went to the House floor where senators and congressmen and shit were hiding, and Secret Service barred the door to stop people from getting in, and one woman, Ashley Babbitt, broke through the window of the door and started to climb in, and she got shot. Like, they shot her up. I mean, rightfully so. You can't just barge into a bunch of room with senators and shit. So she got shot. Everyone chilled the fuck out. Everyone got away from the speaker. They got away from the House floor. A bunch of people were charged with insurrection because behind the scenes there was communication between a bunch of people on that day where they actually planned on going in and like threatening the senators and trying to force them to not ratify the election and whatnot. And then a bunch of people that were there that were just protesting and kind of got swept up in it were also charged. And this whole, rah-rah. The Democrats in America like to say that it was a coup attempt, that it was an insurrection, fueled by Trump. I don't know if he got convicted. Let me see. Did Trump get convicted on insurrection? I just want insurrection. Oh. Maybe citing? Inciting? Let's try January 6th. Okay, I'm not seeing fucking anything. I don't know. I thought he was brought up on charges of insurrection, or inciting an insurrection, but I guess not. I'm not sure. People were saying that he was at fault for inciting the insurrection because he riled everyone up, and then after that, when people in his inner circle were telling him to go out there and tell them to chill out, he basically told them all to kick rocks. So they tried to charge him with incitement because of that. Yeah. Don't know if that went through or not. But whenever they talk about January 6th, they're talking about that. They're talking about the people storming the Capitol building. I'm going to be quite frank. I'm a big America simp. I'm a big lover of America. The idea that a bunch of unarmed protesters were going to overthrow the U.S. government, it's kind of stupid to me. It's kind of retarded. A lot of people treat it as like the darkest day in America because they think that like we were like this close to losing our country because people were going to overthrow the election, overthrow the government, and blah 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 blah. I don't know a lot. I can probably guarantee it. I'd be willing to bet that if this is a big if they had succeeded and the election was not certified that day, and they somehow managed to take a bunch of people hostage, I could probably guarantee with like 100% certainty that the National Guard or the Secret Service would have gone in there, wiped out every coup member, every insurrectionist, and then everything would have ran as normal, and maybe the election gets ratified like a week or two after January 6th. I don't think that there was any chance in hell that the U.S. government was about to be overrun that day. That was, I've seen some lefties claim that. I think that is patently retarded. I think that shows how little faith they have in the structures and the systems that they want to uphold or that they stand for when it's Joe Biden running the ship. I just think that idea that the country was like this close, it was like within a hair's breadth of being overrun, it's just retarded. No shot, bro. But that's just my opinion on the matter.
Folks who grew up in Capitol Hill, number one. I sat in the dining room off the Oval Office. He sat there for 3 hours. 3 hours watching, begging, being begged by his vice president and a number of his colleagues on the Republican side as well to do something, to call for a stop, to end it. Instead, they talked about these people being patriots and great patrons of America. In fact, he says he'll not forgive them for what they've done. They've been convicted. He says he wants to commute their sentences and say that no. But he went to every single court in the nation. I don't know how many cases, scores of cases, including the Supreme Court, and they said, no, this guy is responsible for doing what was done. He did do a damn thing, and these people should be in jail, and they should be the ones who are being held accountable. And he wants to let them all out, and now he says if he loses again, such a whiner that he is, that it could be a bloodbath.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
What they've done to some people that are so innocent, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. What you have done, how you've destroyed the lives of so many people. When they ripped down Portland, when they ripped down many other cities, you go to Minnesota, Minneapolis, what they've done there with the fires all over the city. If I didn't bring in the National Guard, that city would have been destroyed. When you look at all of they took over big chunks of Seattle. I was all set to bring in the National Guard. They heard that. They saw them coming, and they left immediately. What he said about this whole subject is so off. Peacefully patriotic. One other thing. The Unselect Committee, which is basically two horrible Republicans that are all gone now, out of office, and Democrats, all Democrats, they destroyed and deleted all of the information they found because they found out we were right. We were right. And they deleted and destroyed all of the information. They should go to jail for that. If a Republican did that, they'd go to jail.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, I want to give you a minute.
The only person on this stage is a convicted felon is the man I'm looking at right now. And the fact of the matter is,
I love the little head nod.
What he's telling you is simply not true. The fact is that there was no effort on his part to stop what was going on up in Capitol Hill. And all those people, every one of those who were convicted, deserves to be convicted. The idea that they didn't kill somebody, just went in and broke down doors, broke the windows, occupied offices, turned over desks, turned over statues. The idea that those people are patriots? Come on. When I asked him the first two debates we had, first time around, I said, will you denounce the Proud Boys? He said, no, I'll tell them to stand by. The idea he's refusing, will you denounce these guys? Will you denounce the people we're talking about now? Will you denounce the people who attacked that Capitol? What are you going to do?
I'm going to give you a minute, President Trump, for a follow-up question I have. After a jury convicted you of 34 felonies last month, you said if reelected, you would, quote, have every right to go after, unquote, your political opponents. You just talked about members of the Select Committee on January 6th going to jail. Your main political opponent is standing on stage with you tonight. Can you clarify exactly what it means about you feeling you have every right to go after your political opponents?
Well, I said my retribution is going to be success. We're going to make this country successful again, because right now it's a failing nation. My retribution is going to be success. But when he talks about a convicted felon, his son is a convicted felon. At a very high level. His son is convicted, going to be convicted probably numerous other times. Should have been convicted before, but his Justice Department let the statute of limitations lapse on the most important things. But he could be a convicted felon as soon as he gets out of office. Joe could be a convicted felon with all of the things that he's done. He's done horrible things. All of the death caused at the border, telling the Ukrainian people that we're going to want $1 billion or you change the prosecutor. Otherwise, you're not getting $1 billion. If I ever said that, that's quid pro quo. That we're not going to do anything.
That's
We're
quid
not
pro
going to give you $1
quo.
billion unless you change your prosecutor having to do with the son. This man is a criminal. This man, you're lucky. You're lucky. I did nothing wrong. We'd have a system that was rigged and disgusting. I did nothing wrong.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, you have said, I'm coming right to you, sir. You want to respond? Go ahead. I'll give you a minute to respond.
Yeah.
What the fuck? So you let him respond, but you didn't let Trump respond? What the hell? What the fuck? Why does Biden get to respond?
The idea that I did anything wrong relative to what you're talking about is outrageous. It's simply a lie, number one. Number two, the idea that you have a right to seek retribution against any American just because you're president is wrong. It's simply wrong. No president's ever spoken like that before. No president in our history has spoken like that before.
I don't think any
Number
president has
three,
been fucked over
the
as hard as he has,
crime that
but
you're
alright.
charged with. And think of all the civil penalties you have. How many billions of dollars do you owe in civil penalties for molesting a woman in public, for doing
Jesus.
a whole range of things, of having sex with a porn star on the night while your wife was pregnant? I mean, what are you talking about? You have the morals of an alley cat.
Give you a minute, sir.
I didn't have sex with a porn star.
That was a good line.
Number two, that was a case that was started and moved.
The morals of an alley cat.
High-ranking official, a DOJ, into the Manhattan DA's office to start that case. That case is going to be appealed and won. We had a very terrible judge, a horrible judge, Democrat. The prosecutor were all high-ranking Democrats, appointed people, and both the civil and the criminal. He basically went after his political opponent because he thought it was going to damage me. But when the public found out about these cases, because they understand it better than he does, he has no idea what these cases are. But when they found out about these cases, you know what they did? My poll numbers went up, way up. You know that because you're reporting it. And we took in more money in the last 2 weeks than we've ever taken in the history of any campaign. I don't think any campaign has ever.
This
taken.
is true.
Hundreds of millions of dollars came pouring in because the public knows it's a scam and it's a guy that's after his political opponent because he can't win fair and square.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, you have said, quote, Donald Trump and his MAGA Republicans are determined to destroy American democracy. Do you believe that the tens of millions of Americans who are likely to vote for President Trump will be voting against American democracy?
The more they know about what he's done, yes. The more they know about what he's done.
At least he owns that.
More coming. He's got a lot of cases down the road coming around. He's got a whole range of issues he has to face. I don't know what the juries will do, but I do know he has a real problem. And so the fact that, could you ever think you heard any president say that I'm going to seek retribution? Do you ever hear any president say that I thought Hitler had some good ideas? What got me involved to run in the first place after my son had died, I decided in Iraq, because of Iraq, I said I wasn't going to run again until I saw what happened in Charlottesville, Virginia. People coming out of the woods carrying swastikas on torches, and singing the same anti-Semitic bile they sang when back in Germany. And the young woman got killed. I spoke to the mother, and they asked him. They said, "What do you think of those people?"
To be clear, she died because she climbed onto the roof of a car that took off. There was a car that drove into I was trying to get through a street that was crowded with people. They climbed onto the car stomped the gas pedal, and a chick died. To be clear, that's the story. Not a lot of people like to talk about that, but that's what happened at Charlottesville. Should she have died? I don't know. I wouldn't recommend trying to destroy a fucking car on the road. Yeah. Is it how these people like to depict it, where it was a act of hatred by a white supremo? Absolutely fucking not.
People who, the ones who got killed, the one who tried to stop it, and the ones he said, I think they're fine people on both sides. What American president would ever say, Nazis coming out of fields carrying torches, singing?
To be clear, not all of them were N-words. Okay, to be absolutely fucking crystal clear on that.
Same anti-Semitic bile, carrying swastikas. We're fine people. And this is a guy who says Hitler's done some good things. I'd like to know what they are. The good things Hitler's done, that's what he said. This guy has no sense of American democracy.
President Trump.
Jake, both of you know that story has been totally wiped out because when you see...
I'm going to be clear. I'm going to be 100% honest right now. I don't know if it's because I'm used to the way Joe Biden speaks and acts and all that shit. When I saw all these articles and all these Democrats and all these people coming out and saying that Biden's performance wasn't that great, I'm going to be honest, I was expecting a lot worse than this. I don't know if it's because my opinion of Joe Biden is so fucking low that I'm actually impressed by some of the things he's done here. But after having consumed so many speeches and clips and stuff of Joe Biden, I don't know. I don't think he performed that badly. I think that this is pretty much in line with how Joe Biden is. And it's super hilarious to me that all these people are like, oh my God, he did so poorly. He fucked up. He did really bad. But in my mind, I'm like, bro, this is just Joe Biden. This is just the regular, everyday fucking guy. It's scary that it took a presidential debate to show these people how shit their candidate is.
The sentence, it said 100% exoneration on this, so he just keeps it going. He says he ran because of Charlottesville. He didn't run because of Charlottesville. He ran because it was his last chance. He's not equipped to be president. You know it, and I know it. It's ridiculous. We have a debate. We're trying to justify his presidency. His presidency, he's without question the worst president, the worst presidency in the history of our country. We shouldn't be having a debate about it. There's nothing to debate. He made up the Charlottesville story, and you'll see it's debunked all over the place. Every anchor has, every reasonable anchor has debunked it.
Every reason.
Just
Not Don Lemon.
Out where it was fully debunked. It's a nonsense story. He knows that, and he didn't run because of Charlottesville. He used that as an excuse to run.
President Biden.
And debunked. It happened. All you have to do is listen to what was said at the time. And the idea that somehow that's the only reason I ran. I ran because I was worried a guy like this guy could get elected. If he thought they were good people coming out of that forest, carrying those woods, carrying those torches, then he didn't deserve to be president. Didn't deserve to be president at all. And the idea that he's talking about all this being fabricated, we saw with our own eyes. We saw what happened on January 6th. We saw the people breaking through the windows. We saw people occupying his own vice president. Look, there's a reason why 40 of his 44 top cabinet officers refused to endorse him this time. His vice president hasn't endorsed him this time. So why? Why? They know him well. They serve with him. Why are they not endorsing him?
Thank you, President Biden. We're going to be right back with more from the CNN presidential debate.
Typically during these, I just noticed this, but typically during these debates, they'll wear the opposite color of the party just to show solidarity or, yeah, just show solidarity with your fellow American. But it's funny that they both came to this debate wearing red and blue. They're like, nah, fuck you, bitch.
Georgia. Let's talk about persistent challenges you both faced in your first terms and you'd certainly face again in a second term. President Biden, while black unemployment dropped to a record low under your presidency, black families still earn far less than white families. Black mothers are still 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes, and black Americans are imprisoned at 5 times the rate of white Americans. What do you say to black voters who are disappointed that you haven't made more progress?
I'm going to be as fair and as charitable as I possibly can. None of what she just listed is something that the president has the ability to fix, and it's really fucking stupid that she and I don't even think black voters put this on Biden. If they did, they're stupid. If you try to put the state of the black community on the shoulders of a president, you are quite frankly too stupid to operate in average society. I think that the black community has to be responsible for itself. And I don't think they'd find it very palatable that this question tries to throw the responsibility of leading the black community out of its current problems on a super old white dude. I don't think they'd find that very palatable. And I don't think that there's anything that any president can do. I think that the problems with the black community start and stop with the black community. Maybe, big asterisk on the maybe black woman pregnancy fatalities, maybe that's something that the president could influence. I'm super doubtful of that. I think any president focusing on the black community is wasting their time. There are cities where there's majority black students where they have more funding than per student than any other place in the country, and yet they still deal with record dropout rates and record what is it? What's the word for failure to graduate? Record number of students being held back. I think that putting that on Joe Biden is dumb as fuck. I think it takes local leaders, and I think it starts and stops with the black family that dictate how the black community will perform. Nobody asks the president to influence the outcome of the Asian community, of the Hispanic community, of the white community, of the immigrant community, of the fucking European immigrant community, of the Jewish community. Nobody asks the president to influence any of that shit. But for the black community, for some reason, this question is asking, why, Biden, haven't you done anything to make the black community better? I mean, I don't know. I think it's stupid. I find it insulting, but if I were Biden, I would probably just say, what the fuck do you want me to do about it? What do you want me to do about it?
They acknowledge they made a lot of progress, number one. The fact of the matter is there's more small black businesses that have been started than any time in history. Number two, the wages of black unemployment is the lowest level it's been in a long time. Number three, we're providing housing for black Americans and dealing with the segregation that exists among these corporations that collude to keep people out of their houses. And in addition to that,
What the fuck are you talking about? What the hell did any of that mean? Corporations keeping black people out of their houses? What are you talking about right now? I wasn't aware that, like, Best Buy was keeping black people out of their houses. What are you talking about, bro? I wasn't aware that fucking BitConnect and Buc-ee's were stopping black people from getting into their apartments. Like, huh? What?
We find that the impact on the choice that black families have to make relative to child care is incredibly difficult. When we did the first major piece of legislation in the past, I was able to reduce black child care costs. I cut them in half. We got to make sure we provide for child care costs. We got to make sure, because when you provide those child care protections, you increase economic growth because more people can be in the job market. So there's more to be done, considerably more to be done. But we've done a great deal so far, and I'm not letting up, and they know it.
You have 49 seconds left. What do you say to black voters who are disappointed with the progress so far?
I say I don't blame them for being disappointed. Inflation is still hurting them badly. For example, I provided for the idea that any black family, first-time home buyer, should get a $10,000 tax credit to be able to buy their first home so they can get started. I made sure that we're in a situation where all those black families and those black individuals who provided had to take out student loans that were below.
I hope to God that doesn't get passed. Are you fucking kidding me? Or at least there's something like to make sure that only like good creditors, like black people with good credit scores, get fucking 10K credit. That's fucking crazy. Is he just saying, like, he's advocating for a blanket fucking endorsement of $10,000 per black person wanting to own a fucking home? What the fuck? God damn it. Hey, Jones, I'm gonna need to borrow your social security card, bro. I need to go buy a house real quick. 10 fucking grand. Holy crap. Jesus.
That if they were engaged in
That's like the fucking down payment for a shitty house down here. Whoa, almost revealed where I live. Around where I live, 10K is pretty much the down payment for a house. So a 10K credit, to all black people mean that, or I don't know what the hell he's talking about. I hope that wasn't the start. I hope that wasn't the full plan. The full plan is literally just give black people wanting to own a house $10,000. But if that is, you don't even have to save up for a down payment if you're black around where I live. Then, if that is true, I don't think that got passed. But if it did, that's fucking crazy. I think that would be the start of another housing bubble, housing crash bubble, because the 2008 housing crash was caused because a bunch of banks were giving loans a bunch of loans to people that couldn't actually afford these fucking loans, and so these people had to default on all these houses, so these houses were worth fucking dog shit compared to what they were appraised at. Well, fucking economy crashed because of that. It'd be really weird if the government just started shilling out $10,000 to people that probably won't pay it back in any way, shape, or form. That just seems like money into the shitter. I almost did, okay? Knowing that $10,000 can get you a down payment on a house near where I live, it reveals a that's right, buddy. Reveals a bit where we are, but won't go into it more than that. What is it, buddy? My cat's screaming at me. What is it? What is it, bud? Huh? Yeah, get in the chair. Get in the chair next to me. Fuck you then.
Doctor and anything having to do with volunteerism. If they paid their bills for 10 years on their student debt, all the rest is forgiven after 10 years.
Bro, what the fuck? That's another shitty fucking idea. So if oh my days. Imagine you go to Harvard, you become a doctor or a lawyer, you got like 100K in student debt, but you're making like 150, 170K a year. But with this bill in place, you decide to pay only the minimum balance on your loans For 10 years, you let the credit accrue, and then at the end of this plan, at the end of those 10 years, even as interest stacked crazily, you don't owe any of that money anymore because you were paying up. That is ridiculous. So a lawyer or a doctor gets to get away with their student debt, and the American taxpayer has to foot that bill because they were good for 10 years? Bro, fuck that. That plan is stupid as shit. That plan is stupid regardless of race. That shouldn't be a plan for anyone, anywhere, at any point in time. That is a stupid fucking plan.
Benefited from that, and we're going to do a whole lot more for black families.
Thank you, President Trump.
And he caused the inflation. He's blaming inflation, and he's right, it's been very bad. He caused the inflation, and it's killing black families and Hispanic families and just about everybody.
To be fair,
It's
COVID
killing
spending
people. They
stacked
can't
with
buy
the war in
groceries
Ukraine
anymore.
caused
They can't-
inflation, but
you look at the
I
cost
wouldn't
of
put that
food, where it's
solely
doubled
on
and tripled
Biden.
and quadrupled. They can't live. They're not living anymore. He caused this inflation. I gave him a country with essentially no inflation. It was perfect. It was so good. All he had to do is leave it alone. He destroyed it with his Green New scam and all this money that's being thrown out the window. He caused inflation. As sure as you're sitting there, the fact is that his big kill on the black people is the millions of people that he's allowed to come in through the border. They're taking black jobs now, and it could be 18, it could be 19, and even 20 million people. They're taking black jobs, and they're taking Hispanic jobs, and you haven't seen it yet, but you're going to see something that's going to be the worst in our history.
Thank you. President Biden?
There was no inflation when I became president. You know why? The economy was flat on its back. 50% unemployment. He decimated the economy, absolutely decimated the economy. That's why there was no inflation.
Well, the lockdown decimated the employment, and the states that, once the federal government gave the green light to reopen, the states that stayed closed down still had higher unemployment. So, again, I wouldn't blame that on Trump, but whatever, I guess. Jesus. I wonder if I can knock one of them back onto the trigger, onto the plate. Nope. Damn it. Whatever. I'll just kill y'all. No one best in Orc dies.
At the time, there were no jobs. We provided thousands of millions of jobs for individuals who were in all communities, including minority communities. We made sure that they have health insurance. We have covered, the ACA has increased. I made sure that they're $8,000 per person in a family to get written off for health care. But this guy wants to eliminate that. They tried 50 times. He wants to get rid of the ACA again, and they're going to try again if they win. You find ourselves in a position where the idea that we're not doing any, we put more police on the street than any administration has. He wants to cut the cops. We're providing for equity and making sure people have a shot to make it. There's a lot going on, but in inflation, he caused it by his tremendous malfeasance in the way he handled the pandemic.
Thank you. Another persistent challenge is the climate crisis. 2023 was the hottest year in recorded history, and communities across the country are confronting the devastating effects of extreme heat, intensifying wildfires, stronger hurricanes, and rising sea levels. Former President Trump, you've vowed to end your opponent's climate initiatives, but will you take any action as president to slow the climate crisis?
Well, let me just go.
What the fuck is left for their America to do? What the fuck is left? Our fucking carbon emissions are like some of the lowest per capita on the fucking planet. What else? What the fuck else can we do? Jesus Christ, even if we rolled back literally fucking everything, it wouldn't make any fucking difference on the larger scale. What the fuck else are we supposed to do? I hate this fucking question. I hate this fucking idea that America needs to do more. We've done enough. Okay? I'm sick of all the shit that we got going on right now. Hold on. Just to put a finer point on that. Carbon emissions by country. The hell is this? Get these fucking... Where's my 5.06 billion with fucking how many people? Look at this. This is in 2000, right? Look at this. Boom in 2010 in 2009, boom in 2013, boom in 2016, big fucking boom in 2020. Fucking little bit of a bump in 2021. So whoops. So according to this graph, 5.06 billion tons, right? How many people in the United States? 330.2 million. Calculator. So 5.06 trillion. Oh wait, does that say 5.06 billion? 5.06. Well, fuck that. 506 123 123 1 divided by 333.3 million. 333 123 12. Okay. 15.1. I don't even know if this is the exact measurement, right? 15.1 ton per civilian. Let's go ahead and take a look at. Let's take a look at. China is a bit of an easy dunk. Let's look at India. 2.83 billion. India. 1. Holy shit. Okay. India might get an easy dub here on the US, actually. 1.4441 million. Holy crap. Okay, so that was 2.83. 2.83. Oh, oops. 283.0000000. 2.83 divided by 1441719,852. India is 1.9. Damn. Per civilian. Okay. India seems to be taking the dub on that one. That's kind of crazy. Kind of don't want to do China because that's an easy W, but 11.4. Citizens in China. Oop. 11, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. 1, 4, 2, 5, 8, 8, 7, 3, 3, 7. 7.9. Per civilian. Interesting. Did I do this right? 5.06. 330 million. My home country of Nicaragua. That's funny. Interesting. When you shut down all planes. Because this is more in line with what I was thinking. Like, our emissions overall are fucking super low compared to every other nation on the planet. But if we go by civilian and by, like, maybe how many cars are being used and blah, 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 it seems that every other nation per citizen is doing a bit better than the US. But our overall emissions are way, way, way fucking lower. But it might just be that our emissions are lower because we have fewer people here. By raw numbers, it looks like we are in fact not the people that need to fucking change. Looks like China and India are like the worst offenders. Per person, maybe there could be some things that change, but if you truly want to tackle carbon emissions, I would say that you need to tackle other countries and make them fucking pay for the amount of carbon they're offsetting. The idea that the U.S. is to keep fucking changing its own policy and its own standards in order to change the world is retarded. I'm surprised the EU has so little compared to us. Maybe it's because they don't use cars as much.
Back to what he said about the police, how close the police are to him. Almost every police group in the nation from every state is supporting Donald J. Trump. Almost every police group. And what he's done to the black population is horrible, including the fact that for 10 years he called them super predators. We can't, in the 1990s, we can't forget that. Super predators was his name, and he called it to them for 10, and they've taken great offense at it, and now they see it happening. But when they see what I did for criminal justice reform and for the historically black colleges and universities, where I funded them and got them all funded, and the opportunity zones with Tim, as you know, Tim Scott was incredible. He did a great job, great senator from South Carolina. He came to me with the idea, and it was a great idea. It's one of the most successful economic development acts ever in the country, opportunity zones. And the biggest beneficiary are blacks. And that's why we have the best numbers with them in maybe ever. They're saying ever. I read this morning where ever, the best numbers. He's lost much of the black population because he's done a horrible job for black people. He's also done a horrible job for Hispanics. But wait till you see these millions of people pouring into our country, and they're going to take the jobs, and it's already started, and you haven't seen anything yet. It's a disaster.
38 seconds left. President Trump, will you take any action as president to slow the climate crisis?
So I want absolutely immaculate clean water, and I want absolutely clean air.
That won't change the...
We had H2O. We had
that won't change the climate crisis.
And we were using all forms of energy, all forms, everything. And yet, during my 4 years, I had the best environmental numbers ever. And my top environmental people gave me that statistic just before I walked on the stage, actually.
I don't know where the hell he's been. The idea that anything he said is true. I've passed the most extensive climate change legislation in history. We find ourselves, and by the way, black colleges, I came up with $50 billion.
I mean, we saw it, like there was a huge dip in carbon emissions in the last year of Trump's presidency, but I would say that was from a huge cut in trade and from a huge cut in people driving around due to COVID. I don't think at all that that's from any policy decision. I think that's just COVID related.
For HBCUs, historic black universities and colleges, because they don't have the kind of contributors that they have to build these laboratories and the like. Any black student is capable in college of doing any white student can do. They just don't have the money, but now they'll be able to get those jobs in high tech. We're in a situation where the idea that he is claiming to have done something that had the cleanest water, he hadn't done a damn thing for the environment. He, out of the Paris Peace Accord, Climate Accord, I immediately joined it because if we reach 1.5 degrees Celsius at any one point, there's no way back. The only existential threat to humanity is climate change, and he didn't do a damn thing about it. He wants to undo all that I've done.
The Paris Accord was going to cost us $1 trillion, and China nothing, and Russia nothing, and India nothing. It was a ripoff of the United States. And I ended it because I didn't want to waste that money because they treat us horribly. We were the only ones. It was costing us money. Nobody else was paying into it. And it was a disaster. But everything that he said just now, I'll give you an example. I heard him say before insulin. I'm the one that got the insulin down for the seniors. I took care of the seniors. What he's doing is destroying all of our medical programs because the migrants coming in, they want everybody. And look, I have the biggest heart on the stage. I guarantee you that. And I want to take care of people.
Absolutely,
But
from
we're
all the
destroying our
Whataburger
country.
and
They're taking over our
Cokey
schools,
drinks.
our hospitals, and they're going to be taking over Social Security. He is destroying Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid.
The idea is that we, in fact, we were the only ones of consequence who were not members of
I think the
of
only
our
thing that would
security.
make this debate
How can they do
infinitely
anything
better is if
when
like
they
Trump
are
just
the
started
United
making fun
States
of the
taking
noises that he's making, just
control?
going
One of the largest
like
purges in
live
the
on
world,
stage.
Number one, we're making significant progress. By 2035, we will have cut pollution in half. We have made significant progress, and we're continuing to make progress. We set up a climate corps for thousands of young people will learn how to deal with climate, just like the Peace Corps, and we're moving in directions that are going to significantly change the elements of cause of pollution. But the idea that he claims that he has the biggest heart up here and he's really concerned about pollution and about climate, I've not seen any indication of that. And by the way, with regard to prescription drugs, one company agreed that they would reduce the price to $35, which I was calling for, one, voluntarily. I made sure every company in the world, every pharmaceutical company, cannot have to pay.
Thank you.
And by the way,
So every day, millions of Americans struggle just to make ends meet. For many older Americans, Social Security provides a critical lifeline. President Biden, if nothing is done to Social Security, seniors will see their benefits cut in just over 10 years. Will you name tonight one specific step that you're willing to take to keep Social Security solvent?
yes, make the very wealthy begin to pay their fair share. Right now, everybody making under $170,000 pays 6% of their income, of their paycheck, every single time they get a paycheck from the time of the first one they get when they're 18 years old. The idea that they're going to, I've been proposing that everybody, the millionaires pay 1%. 1%. So no one I would not raise the cost of Social Security.
Jesus
for anybody
Christ, dude.
Under $400,000. After that, I began to make the wealthy begin to pay their fair share by increasing from 1% beyond to be able to guarantee the program for life.
So you still have 82 seconds left. Are there any other measures that you think that would be able to help keep Social Security solvent, or is that one enough?
Well, no, that one enough will keep it solvent. But the biggest thing I'll do if we defeat this man, because he wants to get rid of Social Security. He thinks there's plenty to cut in Social Security. He's wanting to cut Social Security and Medicare both times. And and if you look at the program put forward by the House Republican caucus that I believe supports, is in fact want to cut it as well. The idea that we don't need to protect our seniors is ridiculous. And by the way, the American public has greater health care coverage today than ever before. And on the ACA, as I said, you're in a circumstance where 400,000 people, 40 million people would not have insurance because they have a pre-existing condition. Only thing that allows them to have that insurance is the fact that they, in fact, are part of the ACA. And by the way, the other thing is, we're in a situation where we talk about education for black communities. I've raised the amount of money for Pell Grants by another $8,000. So anybody making under $70,000 a year is going to be able to get $15,000 toward their tuition. He just doesn't know what he's talking about.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump.
So I've dealt with politicians all my life. I've been on this side of the equation for the last 8 years. I've never seen anybody lie like this guy. He lies. I've never seen it. He can look you in the face. About so many other things, too. And we mentioned the laptop. We mentioned Russia, Ukraine. Everything he does is a lie. It's misinformation and disinformation. The losers and suckers story that he made up is a total lie on the military. It's a disgrace. But Social Security, he's destroying it because millions of people are pouring into our country, and they're putting them onto Social Security. They're putting them onto Medicare, Medicaid. They're putting them in our hospitals. They're taking the place of our citizens. What they're doing to the VA, to our veterans, is unbelievable. Our veterans are living in the street, and these people are living in luxury hotels. He doesn't know what he's doing, and it's really coming back. I've never seen such anger in our country before.
President Biden?
The idea that veterans are not being taken care of, I told you before. And by the way, when I said suckers and losers, he acknowledged after that he fired that general. That general got fired because
Yeah,
he's
'cause
the
he
one
lied.
that acknowledged that that's what he said. He was the one standing with Trump when he said it. Number one. Number two, the idea that we're going to be in a situation where all these millions and millions, the way he talks about it, illegal aliens are coming into the country and taking away our jobs. There's a reason why we have the fastest growing economy in the world. The reason why we have the most
Jesus.
successful economy in the world. We're doing better than any other nation in the world. And by the way, those 15 Nobel laureates he talked about being phony, those 15 Nobel laureates, economists, they all said that if Trump is reelected, we're likely to have a recession and inflation is going to increasingly go up. And by the way, worst president in history, 159 presidential scholars voted him the worst president in the history of the United States of America.
President Biden, thank you so much. Let's turn to the cost of child care, which many American families struggle to.
You know why the economy is doing so well? It's because of all those illegals. What was that comment, bro? What are you fucking talking about? I think what he meant was like the economy is amazing because we have so much immigration, but we're discussing illegal immigration. Fucking guys, like, you know why the economy is so good? Because we put those illegals to work in Tyson chicken factories. What the fuck are you talking? What the fuck? What the fuck? The economy is not good because we have a bunch of illegals working for us, you fucking weirdo. What are you talking about?
To afford. President Trump, both you and President Biden have tried to address this issue, but the average cost of child care in this country has risen to more than $11,000 a year per child. For many families,
Jesus.
the cost of child care for 2 children is more than their rent. In your second term, what would you do to make child care more affordable?
Just to go back, the general got fired because he was no good. And if he said that, that's why he made it up. But we have 19 people that said I didn't say it, and they're very highly respected, much more so than him. The other thing is, he doesn't fire people. He never fired people. I've never seen him fire anybody. I did fire a lot. I fired Comey because he was no good. I fired a lot of the top people at the FBI, drained the swamp. They were no good. Not
Drain the
easy to fire
swamp.
people. You'd pay a price for it, but they were no good. I inherited these people. I didn't put them there. I didn't put Comey there. He was no good. I fired him. This guy hasn't fired anybody. He never fires. He should have fired every military man that was involved with that the Afghanistan horror show, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. He didn't fire. Did you fire anybody? Did you fire anybody that's on the border that's allowed us to have the worst border in the history of the world?
Jesus,
Did
the
anybody
question
get
is
fired
the
for
question
allowing 18 million
again, to recenter and gripe a little bit. The question is, what will you do about the cost of childcare? And we're shitting on Biden for Afghanistan not firing generals.
people, many from prisons, many from mental institutions? Did you fire anybody that allowed our country to be destroyed? Joe, our country is being destroyed as you and I sit up here and waste a lot of time on this debate. This shouldn't be a debate. He is the worst president. He just said about me because I said it.
Said it.
Look, he's the worst president in the history of our country. He's destroyed our country. Now all of a sudden he's trying to get a little tough on the border. He came out with a nothing deal, and it reduced it a little bit, like this much. It's insignificant. He wants open borders. He wants our country to either be destroyed or he wants to pick up those people as voters. And I don't think we just can't let it happen. If he wins this election, our country doesn't have a chance, not even a chance, of coming out of this rut. We probably won't have a country left anymore. That's how bad it is. He is the worst in history by far.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden.
I don't know about that
We're the most admired country in the world. We're the United States of America. There's
True.
nothing beyond our capacity. We have the finest military in the history of the world.
True.
The finest in the history of the world. No one thinks we're weak. No one
True.
wants to screw around with us. Nobody.
True.
Number one. Number two, the idea that we're talking about worst presidents. I wasn't joking. Look it up or go online. 159 or 58, don't hold me the exact number, presidential historians, they've had meetings and they voted who was the worst president in American history. One through best to worst. They said he was the worst in all of American history.
That shows that they're extremely retarded. The idea that Andrew Jackson wasn't one of the worst presidents in history after like forcing like entire populations of Indians off of lands that were previously endowed to them by the government, forcing them onto shittier lands. Andrew Jackson stating martial law in Louisiana. Like, there's like a whole bunch of shit that Andrew Jackson did that would make him like the fucking worst president ever. But the idea that Trump is the worst president ever, that's retarded to the maximum.
That's a fact. That's not conjecture. He can argue they're wrong, but that's what they voted. The idea that he is knowing
That vote was
doing anything
stupid.
to deal with child care, he did for virtually nothing to child care. We should significantly increase the child care tax credit. We should significantly increase the availability of women and men or single parents to be able to go back to work. And we should encourage businesses to have.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, the question was about what would you do to make child care more affordable, if you want to take your minute.
Just so you understand, we have polling, we have other things that they rate him the worst because what he's done is so bad. And they rate me, I'll show you, I will show you. And they rate me one of the best, okay? And if I'm given another 4 years, I will be the best. I think I'll be the best. Nobody's ever created an economy like us. Nobody ever cut taxes like us. He's the only one I know. He wants to raise your taxes by 4 times. He wants to raise everybody's taxes by 4 times. He wants the Trump tax cuts to expire. So everybody, including the two of you, are going to pay 4 to 5 times. Nobody ever heard of this before. All my life, I'd grow up and I'd see politicians talking about cutting taxes. When we cut taxes, as I said, we did more business. Apple and all these companies, they were bringing money back into our country. The worst president in history by far, and everybody knows it.
President Biden?
Look, the fact of the matter is that he's dead wrong about, he's increased the tariff, he will increase the taxes on middle-class people. I said I'd never raise a tax on anybody making less than $400,000. I didn't. But this tariff is 10% tariffs. Everything coming in the country, you know what the economists say? That's going to cost the average American $2,500 a year more.
I believe
they have
that.
to pay the difference in food and all the things that we're importing. Number two, he's in a situation where he talks about how he has not raised, he's somehow helped the middle class. Middle class have been devastated by you. Now you want a new tax cut of $5 trillion over the next 10 years, which is going to fundamentally bankrupt the country. You have the largest deficit of any president in American history, number one. Number two, you have not, in fact, made any contact, any progress with China. We are the lowest trade deficit with China since 2010.
Thank you, President Biden. Thank you, President Biden. Let's discuss.
Nobody cares about the trade deficit.
Millions of Americans. The both of you have made a top priority in your first term, the opioid crisis, and for both of you, the number of overdose deaths in this country has gone up. Under your term, it went up. Under your term, it has gone up. Former President Trump, despite the efforts that both of you have made, more than 100,000 Americans are dying from overdoses every year, primarily from fentanyl and other opioids. What will you do to help Americans right now in the throes of addiction who are struggling to get the treatment they need?
To finish up, we now have the largest deficit in the history of our country under this guy. We have the largest deficit with China. He gets paid by
Trade
China.
deficits don't matter.
Candidate. He gets money from China. So I think he's afraid to deal with them or something. But do you notice he never took out my tariffs because we bring in so much money with the tariffs that I imposed on China.
Tariffs bad.
He never took them away. He can't because it's too much money. It's tremendous. And we saved our steel industries, and there was more to come, but he hasn't done that. But he hasn't cut the tariffs because he can't, because it's too much money. But he's got the largest deficit in the history of our country, and he's got the worst situation with China. China's going to own us if you keep allowing them to do what they're doing to us as a country.
I don't like his focus on trade deficit. Like actual debt deficit is bad. You should not give a shit about trade deficit. It doesn't matter who's trading with who more, because we might be trading for different things. Like, let's say there's a country that produces like the cure for cancer, but they don't produce fuck all else, and they don't purchase anything from the U.S. because they don't need anything from the U.S. Doesn't matter if we have a trade deficit with them, because we would have a trade deficit because we're literally buying all the cures for cancer, but they're buying nothing from us. But it doesn't negatively affect us because we have a deficit. It just means that we're buying more shit from them than they're buying from us. That's not a good or a bad thing. That's just is the way it is. It doesn't hurt the country that those people now are
have a lot of American currency. In fact, that might end up helping us in the long run, because now that we're paying them in U.S. currency, they might be incentivized to purchase U.S. goods with U.S. currency. But trade deficits aren't necessarily good or bad. For the most part, they aren't bad. The majority of the time, a trade deficit is not a bad thing. We might have a trade deficit with Italy because we're buying so much fucking red sauce and, you know, fucking pizza ingredients, but that doesn't mean the American economy is going to shut down because we're not making our own pizza ingredients.
They are killing us as a country, Joe, and you can't let that happen. You're destroying our country.
So, President Trump, you have 67 seconds left. The question was, what are you going to do to help Americans in the throes of addiction right now who are struggling to get the treatment they need?
Who cares?
We're doing very well at addiction until the COVID came along. We had the 2.5, almost 3 years of like nobody's ever had before, any country, in every way. And then we had to get tough, and it was the drugs pouring across the border were. It started to increase. We got great equipment. We bought the certain dog that's the most incredible thing that you've ever seen, the way they can spot it. We did a lot, and we were getting very low numbers, very, very low numbers. Then he came along. The numbers, have you seen the numbers now? It's not only the 18 million people that I believe is even low, because the gotaways, they don't even talk about gotaways. But the numbers of the amount of drugs and human trafficking in women coming across our border, the worst thing I've ever seen, at numbers that nobody's ever seen under him because the border's so bad. But the number of drugs coming across our border now is the largest we've ever had by far.
President Trump, thank you. President Biden?
Fentanyl and the byproducts of fentanyl went down for a while. And I wanted to make sure we use the machinery that can detect fentanyl, these big machines that roll over everything that comes across the border. And it costs a lot of money. That was part of this deal we put together, this bipartisan deal. More fentanyl machines, more be able to detect drugs, more numbers of agents, more numbers of all the people at the border. And when we had that deal done, he called his Republican colleagues, said, "Don't do it. It's going to hurt me politically." No, he never argued it's not a good bill. It's a really good bill. We need those machines. We need those machines. And we're coming down very hard in every country in Asia in terms of precursors for fentanyl. And Mexico is working with us to make sure they don't have the technology to be able to put it together. That's what we have to do. We need those machines.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, and again, the question is about Americans in the throes of addiction right now struggling to get the treatment they need.
Well, this does pertain to it. He ended Remain in Mexico. He ended catch and release. I made it catch and release in Mexico, not catch and release here. We had so many things that we had done, hard negotiations with Mexico, and I got it all for nothing. It's just like when you have a hostage, we always pay $6 billion.
Again, the question is, what are we going to do about the Americans facing withdrawals?
A Wall Street Journal reporter.
But we're talking about shitty immigration policy again.
Over there because Putin is laughing at this guy, probably asking for billions of dollars for the reporter. I will have him out very quickly as soon as I take office. Before I take office, I said
I don't know why we're talking about the reporter.
As soon as I win the election, I will have that reporter out. He should have had him out a long time ago. But Putin's probably asking for billions and billions of dollars because this guy pays it every time. We had 2 cases where we paid $6 billion for 5 people. I got 58 people out, and I paid essentially nothing.
Thank you, President Trump. Dana?
Let's turn to concerns that voters have about each of you. President Biden, you would be 86 at the end of your second term.
Jesus.
How do you address concerns about your capability to handle the toughest job in the world well into your 80s?
Well, first of all, I spent half my career being criticized being the youngest person in politics. I was the second youngest person ever elected to the United States Senate, and now I'm the oldest. This guy's 3 years younger and a lot less competent. I think that just look at the record. Look at what I've done.
Okay, dude, whatever you say, bro.
Situation he left me. As I said, 50 million new jobs.
Again, I wouldn't say this was a particularly bad Biden event, but it was a typical Biden event. I mean, I don't understand this I don't understand these people saying that Biden did really shittily. This is just how Biden normally acts. Like this is normal Biden. Him saying this guy over here is a lot less competent than me, bro. Homie isn't stuttering every fucking 30 seconds going. I I just I mean you can sling mud if you want, but you know, or you can throw rocks if you want, throw stones if you want, but you're living in a pretty big fucking glass house right now, my friend. Fucking sounds like he's dying like every 30, 40 seconds when he responds. He sounds like he's about to croak.
800,000 manufacturing jobs, more investment in America, over billions of dollars in private investment in enterprises that we are growing.
Oh, I did it again.
By the way, we brought off a lot of people. Well, the whole idea of computer chips. We used to have 40% of the market. We invented those chips, and we lost it because he was sending people to find the cheapest jobs overseas and then bring home a product. So I went to South Korea. I convinced Samsung to invest billions of dollars here in the United States, and guess what? Those fabs they call to build these chips. Those fabs pay over $100,000. You don't need a college degree for them, and there's billions. About $40 billion already being invested and being built right now in the United States, creating significant jobs for Americans from all over the world.
President Biden, you have 40 seconds left. Would you like to add anything?
Yeah, I would. The idea that somehow we are this failing country. I never heard a president talk like this before. We're the envy of the world. Name me a single major country president who wouldn't trade places with the United States of America for all our problems and all our opportunities. We're the most progressive country in the world in getting things done.
Okay, well that's not
We're the
good.
strongest country in the world. We're a country in the world who keeps our word, and everybody trusts us. All of
The progressive shit, I think is a knock on the U.S., but I do very much like this message from Biden. I do like this message from Biden right here that America is top dog and that literally everyone sucks compared to us. It's a message that I wholeheartedly agree with, and you know, espouse myself because he's just right. He's correct. We are the top dog. We are the king of the crop. We are the best in the world. So I appreciate the messaging, the positive messaging. I think that's missing from a lot of politics is the positive messaging about America. We got a lot of fucking issues, but at the end of the day, there is no one willing to step to us. We are the unofficial rulers of the planet. And I like that Biden is kind of espousing that message here. I appreciate that a lot. Still wouldn't vote for him, but I do appreciate that message, and I wish Trump would go back to saying that message, because whenever Trump's not in office, this country's on the verge of like catching on fire and going down the shithole. When Trump is in office, we're literally the God King of, like, you know, the U.S. is the God King of the universe. I wish that the message was positive 24/7.
Our allies and our those who he cuddles up to, from Kim Jong-un, who he sends love letters to, and Putin, etc. They don't want to screw around with us.
Thank you.
True.
Former President Trump, to follow up, you would be 82 at the end of your second term. What do you say to voters who have concerns about your capabilities to serve?
Well, I took 2 tests, cognitive tests. I aced them, both of them, as you know. We made it public. He took none. I'd like to see him take one, just one, a real easy one. Like go through the first 5 questions. He couldn't do it.
True.
I took 2 cognitive tests. I took physical exams every year. And, you know, we knock on wood wherever we may have wood, that I'm in very good health. I just won 2 club championships, not even senior, 2 regular club championships. To do that, you have to be quite smart, and you have to be able to hit the ball a long way. And I do it. He doesn't do it. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. He challenged me to a golf match. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. I think I'm in very good shape. I feel that I'm
Bro, I would do anything. I would give everything I've got in this world to see a fucking golf match between Trump and President Biden. Oh my God, I would give everything. I'd give my soul to see that match. That would be the funniest fucking thing ever.
in good a shape as I was 25, 30 years ago. Actually, I'm probably a little bit lighter, but I'm in as good a shape as I was years ago. I feel very good. I feel the same. But I was willing to take a cognitive test. And you know what? If I didn't do well, I aced him. Dr. Ronnie Jackson, who's a great guy when he was White House doctor. And then I took another one, a similar one. And one of them said they've never seen anybody ace him.
Thank you. President Biden?
You can see he is 6'5" and only 223 pounds, or 235 pounds. Well, you said 6'4", 200. Well, anyway, that's it. Anyway, just take a look at what he says he is, and take a look at what he is. Look, I'd be happy to have a driving contest with him. The reason I got my handicap, which when I was vice president, down to a 6. But by the way, I told you before, I'm happy to play golf if you carry your own bag. Think you can do it?
That's the biggest lie that he's a 6 handicap of all.
I was an 8 handicap.
Yeah.
8.
Never.
But I have, you know how many?
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
Bro, no shot. We're having a debate about golf swings on during an American presidential debate, bro. No, it's over. It's over, bro. Bro, no fucking shot. Oh my God. I had a 6 handicap. Oh, come on, Joe. Come on, Joe. We all know you suck. You couldn't tell a putter from a driver. Shut up. Alright, my handicap was 8. No way, Joe. Shut up. Joe, you get under. Wait, that's a no good joke. Can't tell that one. That's. God, what the fuck happened, bro? What the hell happened to American politics? Why are we debating golf swings on fucking national television? Good Lord.
Let's not act like children.
President Trump, we're going to turn
Let's not act like children.
to a specific concern.
Damn. Bro, Biden got him there. It's all over, guys. It's all pack it in. Pack it in for the Trump campaign. Fucking Biden just hit him with a no you. That's crazy.
That once all legal challenges have been exhausted, that you will accept the results of this election, regardless of who wins, and you will say right now that political violence in any form is unacceptable.
Well, I shouldn't have to say that, but of course I believe that. It's totally unacceptable. And if you would see my statements that I made on Twitter at the time, and also my statement that I made in the Rose Garden, you would say it's one of the strongest statements you've ever seen. In addition to the speech I made in front of, I believe, the largest crowd I've ever spoken to, and I will tell you, nobody ever talks about that. They talk about a relatively small number of people that went to the Capitol, and in many cases were ushered in by the police. And as Nancy Pelosi said, it was her responsibility, not mine. She said that loud and clear. But the answer is, if the election is fair, free, and I want that more than anybody. And I'll tell you something. I wish he was a great president, because I wouldn't be here right now. I'd be at one of my many places enjoying myself. I wouldn't be under indictment because I wouldn't have been his political opponent, because he indicted me because I was his opponent. I wish he was a great president. I would rather have that. I wouldn't be here. I don't mind being here. But the only reason I'm here is he's so bad as a president that I'm going to make America great again. We're going to make America great again. We're a failing nation right now. We're a seriously failing nation. And we're a failing nation because of him. His policies are so bad. His military policies are insane. They're insane. These are wars that will never end with him. He will drive us into World War III, and we're closer to World War III than anybody can imagine. We are very, very close to World War III, and he's driving
I don't believe
us
that.
there. And Kim Jong-un and President Xi of China, Kim Jong-un of North Korea, all of these, Putin, They don't respect him. They don't fear him. They have nothing going with this gentleman, and he's going to drive us into World War III.
You want a World War III, let him follow and win, and let Putin say, do what you want, NATO. Just do what you want. There's a thing called Article 5. An attack on one is an attack on all, and required response. The idea, I can't think of a single major leader in the world who wouldn't trade places with the job I've done and what they've done. Because we are a powerful nation. We have wonderful people. It's because of the people, not me. It's because of the American people. They're capable of anything, and they step up when they're needed. And right now, we're needed. We're needed to protect the world because our own safety is at stake. And again, you want to have a war, just let Putin go ahead and take Kyiv, make sure they move on, see what happens in Poland, Hungary, and other places along that border. Then you have a war.
President Trump, as I come back to you for a follow-up, the question was, will you accept the results of this election, regardless of who wins?
Just to finish what he said, if I might, Russia, they took a lot of land from Bush. They took a lot of land from Obama and Biden. They took no land, nothing from Trump, nothing. He knew not to do it. He's not going to play games with me. He knew that. I got along with him very well, but he knew not to play games. He took nothing from me. But now he's going to take the whole thing from this man right here. That's a war that should have never started. It would have never started ever with me. And he's going to take Ukraine. And, you know, you asked me a question before, would you do this? He's got us in such a bad position right now with Ukraine and Russia because Ukraine's not winning that war. He said, I will never settle until such time. They're running out of people. They're running out of soldiers. They've lost so many people. It's so sad. They've lost so many people, and they've lost those gorgeous cities with the golden domes that are 1,000 years old, all because of him and stupid decisions. Russia would have never attacked if I were
President Trump,
president.
the question was, will you accept the results of the election, regardless of who wins? Yes or no, please.
If it's a fair and legal and good election, absolutely. I would have much rather accepted these, but the fraud and everything else was ridiculous. And if you want, we'll have a news conference on it in a week, or we'll have another one of these in a week. But I will absolutely, there's nothing I'd rather do. It would be much easier for me to do that than I'm running again. I wasn't really going to run until I saw the horrible job he did. He's destroying our country. I would be very happy to be someplace else, in a nice location someplace. And again, no indictments, no political opponent stuff, because it's the only way he thinks he can win. But unfortunately, it's driven up my numbers and driven them up to a very high level because the people understand it.
Let's see what your numbers are when this election is over. Let's see. You're a whiner. When you lost the first time, you continued, you appealed and appealed to courts all across the country. Not one single court in America said any of your claims had any merit, state or local, none. But you continue to provoke this lie about somehow there's all this misrepresentation, all this stealing. There is no evidence of that at all. And I tell you what, I doubt whether you'll accept it because you're such a whiner. The idea, if you
Got
lose
him.
again, you accept
Whiner,
it.
L.
You can't stand the loss. Something snapped in you when you lost the last time.
We'll be right back with more from the CNN presidential debate, live from Georgia.
Candidates to deliver their closing statements as predetermined by a coin toss. We're going to begin with you, President Biden. You have 2 minutes.
We've made significant progress from the debacle that was left by President Trump in his last term. We find ourselves in a situation where, number one, we have to make sure that we have a fair tax system. I ask anyone out there in the audience or anyone out watching this debate, do you think the tax system is fair? The fact is that I said nobody even making under $400,000 had a single penny increase in their taxes and will not. And if I'm reelected, that'll be the case again. But this guy has increased your taxes because of the deficit, number one. He's increased inflation because of the debacle he left after the way he handled the pandemic. And he finds himself in a position where he now wants to tax you more by putting a 10% tariff on everything that comes into the United States of America. What I did Well, for example, he wants to get rid of the ability of Medicare for us to be able to negotiate drug pricing with
Cat
the
and
big
dog
pharma
are fucking
companies.
pissing me off right
Well, guess what? We got it.
Hold on.
We got it down to $35 for insulin instead of $400. No more than $2,000 for every senior, no matter how much prescription they need. You know what that did? That reduced the federal debt by $160 billion over 10 years because the government doesn't have to pay the exorbitant prices.
The fuck are you talking about?
Available to every senior all along. It's happening now, and everybody in America. He wants to get rid of that. I'm going to make sure that we have child care. We're going to significantly increase the credits people have for child care. I'm going to make sure we do something about what we're doing on lead pipes and all the things that are causing health problems for people across the country. We're going to continue to fight to bring down inflation and give people a break.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, you now have 2 minutes for your closing statement.
Like so many politicians, this man is just a complainer. He said, we want to do this, we want to do that, we want to get rid of this tax, that tax. But he doesn't do anything. All he does is make our country unsafe by allowing millions and millions of people to pour in.
Millions
Our
and
military
billions
doesn't
and
respect them. We
trillions.
look like fools in Afghanistan. We didn't stop Israel. It was such a horrible thing that would have never happened. It should have never happened. Iran was broke. Anybody that did business with Iran, including China, they couldn't do business with the United States. They all passed. Iran was broke. They had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah, for terror, no money whatsoever. Again, Ukraine should have never happened. He talks about all this stuff, but he didn't do it. For 3.5 years, we're living in hell. We have the Palestinians and we have everybody else rioting all over the place. You talk about Charlottesville. This is 100 times Charlottesville, 1,000 times. The whole country is exploding because of you, because they don't respect you, and they have to respect their president, and they don't respect you throughout the world. What we did was incredible. We rebuilt the military. We got the largest tax cut in history, the largest regulation cut in history. The reason he's got jobs is because I cut the regulations that gave jobs, but he's putting a lot of those regulations back on. All of the things that we've done, nobody's never seen anything like. Even from a medical standpoint, right to try, where we can try space-age materials instead of going to Asia or going to Europe and trying to get when you're terminally ill. Now you can go and you can get something. You sign a document. They've been trying to get it for 42 years. But you know what we did for the military was incredible. Choice for our soldiers, where our soldiers, instead of waiting for 3 months to see a doctor, can go out and get themselves fixed up and readied up and take care of themselves, and they're living. And that's why I had the highest approval rating in the history of the VA. So all of these things, we're in a failing nation, but it's not going to be failing anymore. We're going to make it great again.
Thank you, former President Trump, President Biden. Stay with us because we have full analysis of this debate. Anderson Cooper and Aaron Burnett starts now on CNN.
And with that,
thanks for watching.
We're
Stay
done.
Updated about breaking news and.
Oh man. I mean, Jesus. Where? I don't even know where to start. I think that anyone expecting Joe Biden to perform better than he did in that debate is not in touch with reality. I think that Joe Biden did about as well as he usually does. There was nothing especially terrible about that performance. And because of that, because I'm so used to Joe Biden acting in that way, in that manner, that debate did not leave me feeling any worse or better about Joe Biden. I feel exactly the same about Joe Biden as I did before that debate. I feel the same way after that debate as I did before the debate. He's old. He's tired. Mental health isn't all there. Do I think that Trump lied a whole bunch? I don't think he lied a whole bunch, but I think they both engaged in the same kind of misinformation they shit on each other for. I think that they both played fast and loose with stats and fast and loose with situations regarding one another's presidencies. I think that I don't know if this debate will do anything to change anyone's minds. My automatic assumption is that people think similarly to me about Joe Biden's current state of mind. I think that the majority of people that vote for Joe Biden would never in a billion fucking years consider voting for Trump. I don't think anybody voting for Trump would ever consider voting for Biden after that debate. I don't think there were any particularly powerful moments. I will say that my favorite, aside from the bullshit memery of Trump making fun of and shitting all over Biden, I will say my favorite part of that debate was Biden glazing the U.S. And pointing out the fact that we are still the most powerful country on the face of the planet. I appreciate that a lot. That was probably my favorite thing he said that whole debate. I'm glad that this debate didn't devolve completely into name calling and shit slinging. Although it did touch on that a few times. I'm also appreciative that we didn't waste a whole lot of time in this debate talking about, wokeism or, trans bullshit. I'm glad that we were talking about actual issues that a lot of Americans are facing. If Trump doesn't catch jail time on the 11th, then there's a debate in September. I might watch it. Overall, the most exciting debate? I don't think so. One of the funniest debates? Absolutely. I think Trump the whole time was looking for a "cause you'd be in jail" moment. If y'all don't remember, during the presidential debates between Hillary Clinton and Trump, Hillary said something like, I wouldn't want to be in this country if you were president, or blah blah blah, and then Trump clapped back immediately with like the ultimate meme clip of like "cause you'd be in jail." I think he was looking for that moment, that whole debate. He was looking for a gotcha like that. I think that's why he went so hard on the beat healthcare comment. Yeah. Ultimately, I don't think this will have any meaningful impact on the election. I think Democrats that are freaking the fuck out and saying like, "Oh my God, we need to get another candidate. Joe Biden sucks." I really just want to put my hand on their shoulder and say like, "Bro, this has been him since day one. I don't understand why you're freaking out now." There's literally no point to freak out right now. There's 0 point. This has been Biden. This is gonna be Biden. This will always be Biden. Like, I don't get why this performance has people freaking out so badly. Ugh. With that, I've been streaming for 5.5 hours, so I'm probably gonna cut it. Unless there's something else to watch, which I don't think there is. I don't think anybody I might watch Destiny's reaction to it in my free time. I don't know if it would be worth it watching it on here. I think right now people on the political spectrum are either talking about the debate, and I think that people on the non-political spectrum are just talking about the Dr. Disrespect stuff, which is both two things I've already covered. Well, I've now covered the debate, and I've already covered the long and short of the Dr. Disrespect stuff. So yeah, I think I'm going to cut it here, folks. If you tuned in, thank you so much. If you haven't already followed or subscribed, be sure to do that. We got a Discord where you can hop in and chat with everyone, or leave topic suggestions for the next stream. Thank you all so much for tuning in. I hope you all have a wonderful and blessed day. Peace out.